That's not right, Shilian suddenly said. I said that I hadn't heard the name Wu Yong before, but I was wrong. I have heard that name. When I trained at the Royal Holy Temple of Xianle in my youth, my master was the state preceptor. When he first took me in as a disciple, he told me a story. Your Highness, it sounds like the state preceptor of your Xianle had quite a background and was very knowledgeable, Pei Ming said. Might I ask what happened to him? Good morning, good time zone and warm greetings to wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and we are finally back for my Volume 5 read-through. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, I unexpectedly got more busy than I thought I would be. I mean, aside from the BTS comeback, which admittedly also has been keeping my attention for quite a bit. But don't worry, as everyone I talk to regularly can testify, TGCF is just not leaving my mind. I regularly have everywhere I go I see his face moments. And I certainly do remember where we are headed next, and you know, that might finally actually maybe probably be the actual Mount Tonglu arc, which also might be the reverse Lord of the Rings arc, where we take a very important ring, the source of evil, and try not to throw it into the active volcano from whence it came. No destroying the ring, but we do want to go see the volcano because many reasons, and yeah, sure, to figure out the source of all the ghost kings and how they come to be and all that, but I think I'm more excited about the probability of more Huatong backstory, so super excited for that, more on that in a bit. But before we can pick up from where we left off, a lot of exciting things happened, a lot of mildly chaotic things happened, and a lot of things are being set up for the coming arcs and for the coming story, and we have a lot to talk about, so let's do this. Oh, and additionally, as we've slowly, you know, been expanding on the world and learning more about other characters, I've also started looking back on things that we know about in, you know, previous arcs, and in retrospect, I've started feeling like something is kind of missing. Specifically, something about Huachang, and therefore something about Hualien. But I'll be getting back to that a little bit later in this pre-discussion. Because before all that, we have to talk about the biggest reveal that happened in my last read-along, which is, of course, Fengshen is the baby daddy. Ju Young hid, and he sure did deliver. And we were told from literally like chapter 2 or 3, very, very start of volume 1. This was being set up for us, and I am sort of mad that I didn't get it, but also very excited that I didn't. That was a fun reveal. I see now where you guys are getting your gaslighting tendencies from, because your author is like this. And here is our chosen lady, Jianlan, or Lan Tong as she goes by at the moment. And this plus this equals Cao Cao. The similarities are startling. So, long story short, the fetus spirit that we've kind of been chasing around ever since it first appeared in Volume 1 is the child that resulted from Fengshen and Jianlan, who apparently got together, assumedly, throughout the period just after the fall of Xianle. But before Cao Cao could be born, he was turned into a malicious spirit. And while the last couple of chapters did have a lot of reveals, we are still stuck with some questions about what actually happened in the past between these people. Most of the clues that we're getting come from Shilian, who is very convinced that Fengshen must really have liked Jianlan a lot. This is very apparent from the gifts that he has left her, such as the golden belt that he himself received from Shilian, and also the charms, the Crown Prince of Xianle charms, talismans that we also see appear in the fetus spirit stream realm. As of yet, we actually don't know when this happened. Did Fengshen visit her while she was working as a prostitute, or did he visit her before she became one? Either way, she did keep the gifts, and the nature of their relationship, I guess, can also be inferred from the question, why did they split up then? Which is also a question Xianle wonders about. We have one clue. When Fengshen enters the scene and recognizes Jianlan, he says, "I thought you had gotten married and lived well." Now, this was obviously a lie, but what exactly is it covering up for? You see, we also hear Qirong say something along the lines of her family sold her into prostitution. In which case, were Jianlan and Fengshen seeing each other before she was sold into prostitution, and this was the lie that Fengshen heard. So he believed that she was married off and lived well and did not know about her fate. Or in the case of them having had a relationship while she was a prostitute. I remember vaguely from a couple of years back when I watched the first season of Apothecary Diaries that one of the ways courtesans would be able to leave a courtesan house or a brothel would be through marriage, through someone paying their debt and then marrying them. And so maybe Fengshen believed that that is what happened to Jianlan. She was bought out and then married someone so that she didn't have to live as a prostitute anymore. In which case, did Jianlan tell him this lie? Did she want him to not be around anymore? Did she even know about her own pregnancy at the time? Like, did she tell the lie that she was going to get married and leave in order to get Fengshen to stop being around? Or was this a lie that someone else told him without Jianlan knowing it? And, you know, we know that that is not what happened to her. She was not married away. She did not live very well at all. In fact, she was murdered. So the circumstances of them getting together and separating is still a bit unclear to us. All that we know is that they were together, a pregnancy resulted from it, and they separated without Fengshen knowing about said pregnancy. Jianlan has since named the child spirit Cao, meaning mistake. But Jianlan's personality doesn't really make it very obvious to me that she thinks this is a mistake in the sense of that she didn't want this child. Because again, like, yeah, maybe she was sustained by that golden belt she was wearing, but she has been able to stick around for 800 years in order to find her child. And from the setup we see in the fetus spirit's dream realm area, it seems that she really wanted to bring the child into the world. Though I suppose in retrospect, with everything that happened, Cao is a very fitting name. Because, you know, there was this spellcaster, the murderer who, you know, murdered the child and turned the fetus into a fetus spirit, a malicious, malevolent spirit. Which also leads into, you know, how, why, when, where. Was mooching involved in all of this? See, one of the things we did learn in the last couple of chapters is that Fuyao actually didn't know about Fengshen being the father. AKA, Mooching did not know that Fengshen was the father, apparently. Which I suppose we can kind of count in favor of this really being Mooching just trying to help. Didn't turn out well though. Yeah, so according to Mooching's own story, he tried to help, but he was unsuccessful because the child spirit, the fetus spirit in its creation, didn't want help and in fact ended up biting him instead, leaving him with a scar that he still has 800 years later. And then apparently Cao has decided to speak out against Mooching and say that he was the person who tried to turn him into a malicious spirit and killed his mother. And now Fuyao is still chasing Jianlan and Cao around in order to prove his innocence. At least hoping that catching the spirit and making it tell the truth might be able to make someone believe that he didn't do it. It's okay, Mooching. At least Xianle believes you, and honestly at this point, that is like the best person to have in your corner right now. So we kind of leave the reveal with Fengshen getting bit and returning to the capital to heal, and also to calculate how much money he owes in child support. Though I suppose if Jianlan wasn't raising Cao either during that time, do they both owe child support? Yeah, who was raising Toto? Was Toto just like rampaging around the country like by itself? Because I'm gonna say doubtful. It seems, in fact, that someone has been directing Toto, aka that puppet master that we don't know who is just yet. But yeah, in fact, Julian suspects that someone might have directed it into speaking up against mooching. And you know, the fact that we first see it at Mount Yujin when Julian is on that mission is highly suspicious as well. Why was it there? Why was it telling Julian through this creepy song what was going on? In fact, maybe when we finally get to see Xuanji again, assuming that she will also be joining the big Mount Tonglu Hunger Games, she might have some hints to us about this. Did she know about Toto's presence? Because they were about the same level during that time. Either way, the fetus spirit continues to be kind of mysterious. We have a lot of stuff that we still need to solve. And I do believe that Feng Xin will show up again because he's always kind of been that righteous sort. He will see this right, or as right as he can get it. And I think that is going to be a bit of his challenge, you know? In fact, I do think that mooching and Feng Xin being connected to the child spirit now is going to put them both at the place where we will solve the mystery of the child spirit and whatever happened to it. But currently he is, like, we leave with him very emotional. Like, he was very ready to just outright blame mooching for what had happened. And we also see it through the resentment targeted at Shirley-Ann, which I was actually really excited about. Because we also get to listen in as Shirley-Ann reminisces about the past with Hua-Chang as his listener. More specifically, about his time after his first banishment. And the reason why this is so exciting to me is because we learned in this arc that Shirley-Ann's biggest regret is his second ascension. And the first banishment is going to be the lead up to what happened with that. So yeah, I'm super excited actually. As a side note, I just wanted to point out that in the inn scene, the chaotic inn scene, when Shirley-Ann tricks Fu Yao and then captures him, that was not something Fu Yao was expecting to happen. And this was very similar to how Shirley-Ann also beat Long Chen Shuo in the little duel that they had, using a clever but kind of dirty trick. And this was new, because Fu Yao was surprised, he was taken unaware. And this is important to bear in mind, I think, because that means, you know, Shirley-Ann has changed a lot. He is not the same person he was 800 years ago. And you know, we have been talking a lot about what Shirley-Ann and Mu Cheng might be thinking about each other, what they thought about each other in Arc 2 when they were young, and also what kind of thoughts they have about each other in the present timeline, and the reason why their relationship right now is so, yeah, it's not piecing itself together very nicely. It's filled with uncertainty, but also includes that sort of familiarity that makes them kind of aware of each other in a sense that you wouldn't be with a total stranger. And I guess it was kind of fun and also a bit of a relief to hear Shirley-Ann get to actually say outright, more or less to Mu Cheng's face, what he actually thinks about him. Long overdue. And unironically, I actually think that is going to help their relationship going forward. The fact that Shirley-Ann is not trying to be accommodating in the way that he was with Mu Cheng way back when in the Xianle era, but that he's able to be straightforward and honest and say that, well, Mu Cheng has a shit personality, but he wouldn't do that to a woman and her child. Like, I trust Shirley-Ann on this, and I'll be very bamboozled if it turns out Mu Cheng is actually a bad guy all along here. But I still don't think that was Mu Cheng's storyline. I've talked about it already. I really don't think that is what MXDX has been setting up for him. Anyway, in his conversation with Hua-Chang, Shirley-Ann tells us about how he and Feng Xin lived during his first banishment. Throughout most of Arc 2, Feng Xin was pretty straightforward and easy to understand compared to the more intriguing character that was Mu Cheng at that point. Like, he wasn't exactly hiding his thoughts about any topic or situation. As for Feng Xin and his personality, as I imagine it during the first banishment, we kind of do see hints of it at the end of Arc 2. when the temples atop Mount Taizong are burning and he is still looking for glimmers of hope to offer up to Shilian. Like, again, kind of ironically, he sees Honghonger fighting these people who are setting fire to the Crown Prince temple, and he's like, see, you still have believers. Look at this beautiful doodle, you still have righteous believers out there. And it seems like, according to what Shilian is telling Huachang, that is what function was like during the first banishment era, such as giving out these talismans for protection bearing the mark of the Crown Prince, knowing that they are probably going to end up in the trash, but still doing it and still, you know, telling Shilian that, look, you have devotees still. Shilian also tells Huachang about his guilt and fear during that time, his guilt for having function stay with him through all this, and for not paying attention to him and what he might have wanted and, you know, even who he might have liked. And the fear of losing him altogether. And you know, having read Arc 2, I can kind of easily imagine a sort of Shilian post-Arc 2 breakdown in which he would probably be very self-centered in his depression, because you wouldn't be depressed after a fall like that, going from literally the darling of the heavens to a banished god who has lost his entire kingdom and his family. And at the age of what, 20, 21? Yeah. And that combined with this dynamic he has with function really just keeping him up on that pedestal, keeping him up there as you're still God, you know? I think this whole era might have been very lonely for the both of them. Like, they were together, but I get the sense that they were really not communicating well at the time. Function's resentment towards Shilian appears only now in this chapter, and it is only now that he's learned of the consequences of everything that happened back then. Is it perhaps a little bit misplaced in the present? Maybe, but also I do understand that he is in a very sort of emotional state at the moment, and like I said, he was ready to blame a lot of people for this. But to Shilian, this might have felt like some overdue resentment, because he probably spent a lot of time during this first banishment fearing that function would grow to resent him. So that is what I'm reading from the information we have so far, and I am excited to see just what kind of relationship they had and what in the end made function leave, because we know that in the end he did as well. Mooching had already left, but what made function leave? Like, overall, I am super excited about this because it has made function an even more interesting character, and in the Xianle trio / quartet so far, he has by far been the least sort of active character with his own wants and reasons. Now he feels way more squishable is not the word I'm looking for, even though my fingers are making this movement. But he feels like something we need to sink our teeth into. Toto is way ahead of us. And then on the question of why function and Jianlan separated, broke apart, Huachang says, what they had was only like. Which is a relatively black and white worldview. But also, it's Huachang. His standard is himself. And Huachang would never. But also, like, Huachang too is a very traumatized individual with a very dark past, whose life took a turn when he became God's little favorite. I mean, he spoke to him several times. Like, I think it's fair to say that there was a fair bit of religious fanaticism in the mix here. You know, along with the fact that Shilian was like the one warm, good thing that ever happened to him a couple of times over his little life. In the present timeline, these sentiments have matured quite a bit, and they're sort of running parallel to him getting to know Shilian, the human being who's been trotting around the earth for the last 800 years. And like I've been discussing for like the last dozens of videos, that is meshing very well. It's turning out really good. And his dismissive stubbornness on this question is very in line with his character, and also, as we see, echoes some of Julian's younger self and his sentiments from back then. And Julian likes that. The fact that they have some matching ideals, because, you know, after spending so much time being told that, well, in fact, your ideals are wrong, it must be really refreshing for someone like Julian to meet someone who actually echoes some of the sentiments that, although he might not be very vocal about them currently, I feel like they are still sort of part of him and sort of part of his approach to the world. I mean, even with everything that happened, I don't think Julian would ever look back at it and say, I wish I hadn't saved that child who fell from the wall that day. Yet all this said, I kind of wish there was a bit more. Specifically to Hua Chang's commitment. Something that helps explain his 800 years of yearning. I really enjoyed getting to know Hong Honger's origin story in Arc 2, and that really helps trying to sell this story to us about Hua Chang and why he is the way he is. But after that, it's kind of... there's this middle part that I wish that we had more material about. Like, don't get me wrong, current timeline Hualien, 5 stars, 10 out of 10, no notes. I love their development, even if I don't necessarily love all the situations that the author has put them in. But as for Hua Chang's evolution from, you know, God's steadfast little soldier to Crimson Rain Sword Flower, I'm a bit unsure of what else I need to buy into the story. It's He Xuan's fault, by the way, because once we started learning about Scholar He and his past and his possible origin, and then we got to see some of his feelings through him actually carrying out his revenge, however successful you want to say that was. Like, I really felt like I understood everything that had created He Xuan, that had created Blackwater, and why this was turning out the way it was turning out. It is such a grueling story full of this very painful sort of desperation, and now that it's been told, Hua Chang's story feels a little duller. Like, it's decent origin, but I feel like we need to know what made this little soldier who has spoken to God a total of 3 or 4 times become a fucking ghost king. And that is why I am so excited for what is coming up, because we have a couple of things that could help us explore this. First one being Arc 4. Now that I know that Arc 4 might have something to do with Julian's first banishment, it gives me hope that we might actually get to see some of Hua Chang's last time as a mortal. I don't know, like, enjoy is perhaps not the right word for it, but I really vibe with the idea of him having a very anonymous death, because that hits me so hard. But any details about, you know, what eventually made him cling on to life and go to Mount Tonglu, you know? Like, that could be really interesting to see. Or, like I said in the intro, the Mount Tonglu arc. We know that Hua Chang spent a total of 10 years in the kingdom of Mount Tonglu, and he was also, you know, outside of it, doing his little fighting stuff and whatever, and I wonder if our time going forward into Mount Tonglu, hopefully, is going to give us a bit of like Hua Chang lore, Hua Chang flashbacks or information, or like maybe places he's been to before and stuff like that. Like, he might have stories to tell. Like, Julian is usually the one who's been telling stories, but now maybe Hua Chang might have stories to tell in turn. So there is hope. There is plenty of hope for a broader Hua Chang character arc, and also for more build-up around how and why he became the Ghost King he is today. Like, I am praying and begging and hoping that MXCX also realized at this point that with the characters she has written so far, that there needs to be even more meat to this. Like, the stakes needed to be higher, and I do think that there are more reveals waiting for us down the hill, down the road. I have hope in the author we trust. Furthermore, last time I also discussed a little bit of the sort of Ghost King mechanics that we saw during the ghost agitation, the agitation of ghosts. And at that point in time, I just theorized that it was a sort of violence and sexual release sort of duality, kind of the same as the scene with the flower girl in chapter 37. However, we learned that Hirschwen, Blackwater, has a different reaction altogether to this sort of ghost agitation. And Hua Chang says that every Ghost King has a different reaction to it, has a different set of mechanics basically, which makes me wonder if Hua Chang might just be in, you know, horny jail every time Mount Tonglu opens. Which is just a joking way of saying that he is probably consumed by his longing for the reason why he exists. And I would like 10 AO3 links about this, please. Furthermore, now that we're talking about the ghost thread, Hua Chang is suspicious of what happened that night. In fact, he already has Shirley's lips figured out. Thank you very much to Heaven's Eye and friends. In fact, I think Hua Chang knows exactly what he did. Or rather, what he thinks he did. He knows what happened, he just doesn't really know that he was not the aggressor alone in this. Gosh, I really do need that to real ASAP actually, but I am quite happy that Hua Chang is kind of figuring it out very quickly. Because if you did watch my last pre-discussion, you know exactly what I feel about this. Anyway, Shilian is really enjoying his time caring for small Hua Chang. They had better have a son when all is said and done. Pray to Ju Yang, everyone. And you know, Hualian, they're together in an inn getting ready to go to bed apparently when Jun Wu shows up, slightly more creepy than expected. What does this mean? I say this because the only other character that has had a sort of entry like that was Bai Wuxiang before we even knew who that was. I mean, in Arc 2 anyway, like we knew who was coming. And this sort of Bai Wuxiang parallel makes me wonder if this is a hint towards Jun Wu actually, you know, we already do suspect that he's not up to all that good, but I really do think he might be one of our antagonists going down the road. Or at least an obstacle. Maybe not right now, but later. However, I do want to ask the question, how did Jun Wu know about Shilian's joke? The one Shilian has been telling everyone else, doesn't he look just like my son? How did Jun Wu know how to finish that sentence? Because, baby Hua Chang looks nothing like Shilian. I'm just saying, I think maybe Jun Wu has been around for longer than just that scene at the inn. Or at least he has someone listening for him. Reporting to him? Yeah, I can't help but be suspicious. Either way, we know that Heaven is crippled and Jun Wu does seem to know it. He has a plan to stop Heaven from being even more crippled by, you know, stopping the creation of the next Ghost King by killing all the most potential-filled ghosts, by infiltrating Mount Tonglu and killing the ones who are closest to entering the kiln. And in the meantime, he's gonna make Shilian sit on Heaven's throne and be emperor in his stead, which seems to have kind of always been Jun Wu's goal. Like, he always seems to want to kind of lift Shilian's status in Heaven so that he will, I don't know, get the respect that he needs in order to be the next emperor, I guess. Yeah, we're still working on this. Either way, when the kiln closes, Jun Wu will be away for like 10 years and Lingwen is not around anymore and she was probably like the next best candidate for temporary emperor. And the important part is that Shilian does not want this and he is very vocal about the fact that he does not want this. So of course, Hua Chang to the rescue. He makes the Mount Tonglu Master Plan TM. I have no idea what the plan is yet, but I can already tell you that it will involve Hualien going to Mount Tonglu. Just in time for everyone else to gather at Mount Tonglu as well, because ghosts of all sizes and ages are gonna be there. Like, we know Cao Cao and Jianlan are going. which means that Fuyao is going to be close on their heels and Function is going to show up eventually. With Longchen Chuo's revenge arc on Qirong not yet resolved, I think that he's probably going to be there. He's supposed to be guarding the east, but I think eventually we're going to see him trying to find where Qirong is. Banyue and Rainmaster might show up. Banyue because she as well would be pulled by the call to Mount Tonglu, and Rainmaster because they might be trying to make Banyue not go, and they take the responsibility of keeping her seriously? I don't actually know. We know that Banyue is there because Windmaster dropped her off. We don't know what kind of dynamic is going on there just yet. I mean, I was hoping that the last time we were there, we were going to see Banyue at this farmer's retreat, but I guess not as of yet. There's Xuanji, who's escaped and is probably headed there. I'm expecting a Xuanji Peiming reunion. It's gonna be something. And you know, with Xuanji and Peiming there, and with Rainmaster and Banyue there, maybe even Pei Shuo might show up, and that would make me very, very excited. It's been a while since we met my arch nemesis, so I would actually like him to show up. And that concludes the pre-discussion for this time around, which only leaves our mentions, which are coming up right now. This is the current coffee board, and we are about to give it some major updates because it's been a while since I shot, and you guys have been super generous with me while I've been away, so here goes. Goodness me, I have so many pins to put up today. I think there's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, almost 20 of them. Oh my goodness. So let's start off with the heart pins of today. So of these little hearts going up on the board today, the first one is for the wonderful Sea Banana. Thank you so much for your support. Another one coming up for Wygra. Thank you so much. This one over here is for Mia Rose. Another one for Willow. This red one is for the wonderful Muley. Thank you so much for coming back. Another one for the wonderful Emma Slavine. Thank you so much. Another pink heart for the wonderful Nier. Thank you so much for coming back. This red one here is for Jackie. And this one here is for Dragon Love. And this last pink one goes out for Shori, but Shori has actually collected so many hearts now that I am replacing the 5 pink hearts with a cherry blossom. Thank you, Shori, for coming back time and again. I hope you're still enjoying listening to these videos. Like you told me the other day, I know you've been super busy with all the new content coming out, so thank you for still giving me some of your time and some of your support. Love you! And this cherry blossom here is for the wonderful Xianle and I. Thank you so much for your support over the last couple of weeks. You've been back a couple of times actually since the last video, so thank you so much for your continued support. Now I have a flower going up on the board for the wonderful Tomo. Thank you so much for coming back to support me. And also this wonderful little squirrel character is going up on the board for a long-time supporter. Thank you so much, Misty, for coming back time and time again. I'm gonna move around some of the pins to make space for this squirrel character for you. Thank you again so much for your continued support. He's so cute. Sort of kind of in the way, I hope you can still see your name tag back there. Speaking of name tags, I also have 3 big name tags right here that are going to be updates for people who have been here for a long time and who have accumulated so many donations that I feel like your names need to be more obvious on the board. The first update is for the wonderful Iwana. Thank you so much, Iwana. And additionally, of course, you will be getting a guardian to go by your name tag. This little dog, but I really do find them so cute. And there you are. Next up is the wonderful DK Williams, who is also getting this little temple guardian right down here. And then thank you to the wonderful Elida, who will also be getting this cute little dog butt. Let's see, your tag is over here and over there. Yeah, I've had to shuffle around quite a bit to make space for everything. But don't worry, there's still plenty of space on the board and I'm going to need it because I actually have a few butterfly pins going up today. And they are some of my biggest pins for some of the people who have been extremely generous with me. In fact, this time around, I have 3 more pins for 3 people who have been around for an age, it feels, and who have consistently been back to support me. So thank you guys so much for enjoying this channel. I hope you're still enjoying these videos. And without further ado, this first purple butterfly pin is going up on the board for the wonderful Kea. Thank you so much, Kea, for all your support. I hope that this can help convey just how grateful I am. And this pin over here is for the wonderful Cup Noodle Cat. Thank you so much for still watching these videos, and again, I really hope you're continuing to enjoy them and will for a long time moving forward. And this last one is for someone very special. This one is for D, who was my very first supporter on Ko-fi and also has since become a moderator at my server and also a very good friend. Thank you for leaving me these messages every month. And honestly, pins cannot describe how much your presence and your friendship has meant to me. But I'm still going to make an effort. I hope you enjoyed this pin on the board next to your name. And there you have it, guys. This is the updated Ko-fi board, and I am still so excited to see it growing every time I'm talking to you guys. So thank you so much for all your support, for making this channel a dream to run. And now let's get into why we are here to begin with, after a short coffee break. Be right back. Okay, finally ready to continue this. I bit a big chunk out of it last time. However, this is one of the longer ones, it feels. Again, volume 3 was apparently just as long as this, so I might have fooled myself into thinking this is longer than the others. But I don't know how many chapters we will be reading today. I might take a break and read some now and come back and do some more later. It is a weekend after all, so I finally do have some time. This first chapter is pretty substantial, it seems. It is a total of 30 pages, so that is a good start either way. We've got our tallies ready and we've got our microphone on. And without further ado, we are reading chapter 77. Gates open to Mount Tonglu, the mass gathering of ghosts. The anticipation is through the roof. I am so ready for this. Xianle and Hua Chang began their journey the next day. Hua Chang held Shilian's hand as they walked. Gaga, next time you see Jun Wu, don't talk to him. Turn and run away. Oh my god. That is so ominous, like, immediately. I feel like what I've been saying all this time might come to be revealed sooner rather than later. And also first Gaga of the day already. This is a good start. Shilian was puzzled. Why? I just know that whenever he comes looking for you, it's never for anything good, Hua Chang said. Shilian laughed. What do you mean? He didn't even assign me this mission originally. However, Hua Chang said, it's all the same in the end. Whether you're going to Mount Tonglu or helping him manage the upper court, neither are good assignments. The upper court is in complete shambles. Might as well let it fall apart. What does he mean by dropping that mess in your lap? You're just choosing between suicide by saber or suicide by sword. Like choosing the lesser of two evils? Yeah, well put. Shilian couldn't help but laugh, but once he finished, he said, soberly, Still, I never expected you to volunteer to accompany me to Mount Tonglu. I've been thinking for a while, and I feel this should be said. Sanlang, please don't force yourself to do this. He suspected that Hua Chang had only volunteered to come because he knew what was going through Shilian's head. Specifically, that Shilian felt it would be much more gratifying to fight to his heart's content locked up inside an oven than to get stuck ineptly managing the upper court. Well, this is making it a bit like mysterious regarding like what Hua Chang's plan was, because that was how we ended the last chapter, with Hua Chang saying that who says there's no other way. Like, it seems like he had a plan or knows a way to do this. But this makes it seem like he's only following Shilian because Shilian decided that he wants to do it this way. Is that kind of what the conclusion was? Shilian and Hua Chang taking on this mission instead of Jun Wu? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But Hua Chang replied, Gaga, I've already repeatedly sworn that I'm not forcing myself. Do you not believe me? It's not that, of course, Shilian said. Hua Chang nodded. Then just relax, Gaga. I know my limits. You shouldn't feel like you owe me anything. Even just from my own perspective, I wouldn't mind stuffing the new Ghost King back in before it's born. Both the Ghost Kings and the Heavens benefited from the way things were, but there was only so much rice and everyone wanted a bite. There already wasn't enough to go around, which caused friction at times. No one wanted to let someone new barge in and share the pot. And if this new addition had an extreme personality, they'd all be left with nothing to eat if and when they went mad. Jun Wu had heard out Hua Chang's suggestion and considered it seriously. Okay, what is the suggestion though? Xianle taking up the mission alone wouldn't go as well as Jun Wu handling it in person, but if Xianle was accompanied by a Ghost King who had once journeyed to Mount Tonglu, well, it would certainly tilt the odds in their favor. Okay, so that was Hua Chang's, who says there is no other way. The other way is Hua Chang, a Ghost King who also knows Mount Tonglu, going with Xianle, so that together they would be a force more powerful than Jun Wu alone, considering their power and their knowledge put together. So that was the master plan. Hualien is gonna do this through the power of love and friendship and their awkward situationship status. Of course, Hua Chang wouldn't agree to help for free, and Jun Wu agreed to these terms for his assistance. All of heaven must give Ghost City a wide berth until the time of Mount Tonglu's next opening. And additionally, the heavenly court must publicize Crimson Rainsword Flower's heroic deeds and sing songs of praise for an entire year. Xianle tried to imagine how those songs would go. They would probably be something along the lines of, "Foolish heavenly officials, do you know who saved you?" This would practically be torture for the heavenly officials who were already wary of Hua Chang and had complicated feelings about him. He was all but stepping directly on their faces. I kind of love that. That's a great deal for Hua Chang. I love the pettiness of it, and I can't believe that Jun Wu went along with it. I guess Jun Wu is, like himself, would not be affected by it, even if the heavenly officials who have beef with Hua Chang would. I can think of at least 2 people in general who would be very affected by this. Hua Chang smiled. "This journey will be much easier for you with me around." Pulling himself back to the present, Xianle replied, "I still think we should set out after your period of aggravation is over, after you return to your normal self. You don't need to worry about that either. It'll be over soon," Hua Chang assured. Xianle was taken back. "Huh? What is it? Gaga, what's with that face?" Hua Chang questioned. "Does that mean Sunlong's gonna grow up?" Xianle said. Dejection clearing his tone. Xianle, try not to be too sad about this. Fucking hell, if Hua Chang getting beat out by his baby face self. Wow. Hua Chang clasped his hands behind him. "Yes, I've endured this for too long. I can't wait any longer." Just as he finished talking, Xianle slipped his hands under Hua Chang's arms and lifted him. He raised him high in the air and laughed. "It will be such a shame. I won't be able to pick you up like this once you're grown again. I'd better hug you as much as I can right now." Oh my gosh, and the ellipsis reply. Listen, Xianle, I am sure Hua Chang will be very happy to let you hug him as much as you want, even after he's all grown up. The teleportation array couldn't be used for the journey to Mount Tonglu, so they had to walk. Over a dozen days later, they finally left towns and signs of life behind them and entered a mountainous area covered with endless lush green forest. I can't believe that we are actually already going there. Like over a dozen days later. This is literally a couple of weeks later. They've been walking around for a couple of weeks already, ever since Hua Chang said, "I'm going to turn back into my new old form again." It's not happening just yet. But they are already going to Mount Tonglu, and this is it, guys. This is it. We're starting it. Oh, this is so exciting. As they walked deeper and deeper into the woods, they encountered more and more nefarious creatures. Their shapes and forms were bizarre, and the size of each swarm only grew larger. The path became more crowded as its pedestrians furtively hurried along. Xianle walked hand in hand with Hua Chang. "So many have come," he whispered. This gathering is certainly bigger than before. It's because the heavens didn't put up a blockade, so many who weren't planning on coming wound up doing so, Hua Chang said. It wasn't just solo combatants. Many had come in groups. After a while, Sholian and Hua Chang ran into a large group of ragged, disheveled-looking ghosts. They chanted as they marched with savage expressions on their faces. The universe is a crucible, and living creatures are the copper. Infinite adversities abide within the abyss of suffering. The universe is a crucible, and living creatures are the copper. Infinite adversities abide within the abyss of suffering. They didn't seem afraid. In fact, they sounded eager. Hua Chang's expression grew frigid as he and Sholian listened to their chants. They don't even understand what they're saying, but they certainly say it louder than anybody else. Most of these nefarious creatures had never experienced this trial and didn't understand its cruelty. They thought becoming a supreme would be easy for them. They were filled with heroic aspirations, which brought understandable displeasure to anyone who did know what it was like, which is Hua Chang. Hua Chang has lived through this, and we're already getting the sense that, yeah, this was a pretty grim sort of event, and I'm hoping to learn even more about his thoughts and his memories of this. Can they enter as a team? Sholian asked. Those teams are typically made up of individuals who already know each other. They plan to overcome the mountain together and swear beforehand to show each other mercy. But none of those promises will be kept. As you approach the mountain's heart, your strength increases with each opponent killed. Anyone spared leaves you with less chance to survive the kill. And the easiest targets are often the ones who trust you and are closest to you. His brows knitted slightly. He covered his right eye. It seemed there was another headache coming on. Concerned, Sholian quickly grasped him around the shoulders and pulled them both into the woods next to the road, then crouched low to better observe his condition. Sunlang, we're about to reach the mountains. Are you really sure you're all right? Easing his brow, Hua Chang replied. Don't worry, Gaga. Everything is fine. It'll be better soon. But how could Sholian stop worrying just because Hua Chang said to? Gaga, come closer, Hua Chang added. I have something to tell you. Sholian didn't know what he was planning, and he drew closer. Hua Chang cupped Sholian's face in his hands and lightly touched his forehead with his own. Sholian blinked, stunned. He waited until Hua Chang released him before asking for an explanation. Sunlang, what are you... Hua Chang smiled. Done. There are only ghosts here, and Gaga is a heavenly official. His scent will be very conspicuous. This will help cover it a little. You scented him? My god, the Omegaverse jokes are writing themselves at this point. So that was it. He was staining Sholian with his scent. Sholian couldn't help but remember how they had exchanged spiritual power and air. He was afraid Hua Chang would be reminded too and bring it up, so he quickly acknowledged his statement. All right, let's put on disguises. Naturally, they had to disguise themselves to blend in with the swarm of ghosts, but a simple cloak would do just fine. There were plenty of ghosts and monsters who liked wearing masks and cloaks, so it wouldn't seem odd. After getting into their costumes, Sholian took Hua Chang's hand in his own once more, and they slowly continued on their way. After a while, they heard a faint noise of a commotion on the road ahead. Unsure of what was happening, Sholian asked, Is there some sort of landmark that tells you that you've made it to Mount Tonglu territory? There are landmarks, Hua Chang answered, but don't trust them. Sholian was about to ask more questions. Okay, so moving landmarks that move. Or that are like illusions or living landmarks? I don't understand. But kind of like illusions then, like mirages maybe. Sholian was about to ask more questions, but the commotion ahead of them was growing louder. When the two left the forest, they found a large, dense crowd stuck before a steep bluff. There were at least 300 or 400 nefarious creatures present, but that number was only the tip of the iceberg for this particular assembly. Why is the road blocked? Did we go the wrong way? That can't be. Didn't they say any road will lead to Mount Tonglu? The crowd of ghosts was still mostly peaceful. Perhaps it was because they weren't yet within the boundaries of the Tonglu Mountains and the slaughter hadn't officially begun. Shirley-Ann found a random ghost to the side and casually asked, "What's going on over there?" "Are you blind?" the ghost yelled. "There's a mountain in the way. We can't get through." Question mark? Okay. Shirley-Ann took a look at the ghosts next to him. Half of its head was sliced off. It was the blind one. But it wasn't his place to comment on that. And so he asked instead, "Can't we go around it?" Several ghosts rushed over from around the bend, shouting with long tongues dangling from their mouths. "What the hell? There's something weird about this mountain. We ran around for over an hour and still saw no end to it. And then we had to run over an hour to get back." The ghosts turned to Shirley-Ann. "No. Can't we climb it or fly over it?" Shirley-Ann questioned. As soon as he spoke, a large bird, over 2 meters long, fell from the sky and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. It appeared to have died on the spot. Okay, I see what the writing is. Shirley-Ann is going to be like, suggestion. The suggestion is going to get shot down by something happening. So that's 2. Are we going to get a 3rd one? "Dead!" a ghost cried out. "That bird spirit died from exhaustion. All that effort and it still couldn't fly over." The ghosts turned to Shirley-Ann again. "Nope." Shirley-Ann tried once more. "Then can't we..." Before he could finish asking his question. Okay, 3rd time and he didn't get to finish. Okay. The ghosts all shushed him like they wished desperately to seal his mouth shut. "Stop asking, you jinx!" "All right," Shirley-Ann complied. Hundreds of nefarious creatures were blocked by this unpassable, unscalable, uncrossable mountain bluff. Their voices buzzed in an endless cacophony. "I get it," one exclaimed. "It's not a typical mountain, it's a barrier." "Everyone," another announced. "The outskirts of Mount Tonglu must be right beyond this mountain. This one is probably a trial which we must pass before reaching the other mountain. If we can't even pass a simple test like this, we shouldn't even consider trying our luck at what will come after, and we might as well just go home." Wait what?" A puzzled voice spoke up. "Why do I smell something funny?" Oh gosh, is the scenting not working? Or is there another human mortal or something in this crowd? Or maybe even a god? "What smell? You sure it's not that human meat you got with you? Maybe it went foul." No, it's not the smell of dead flesh. It's the smell of living humans," the voice said. No, that's not right either. It's almost like the smell of a heavenly official." And we're supposed to think it's Shirley-Ann, right? That the scenting didn't work? But there might be a heavenly official in this crowd then. Or one approaching, maybe. We'll see. The moment those words were spoken, noises of alarm rippled outward. The crowd of ghosts cried out, "What? You're shitting me! Why would there be a heavenly official here? Oh, wait, I smell it too. How come I don't smell anything? Now that you all are talking about it, I think I smell it too. Did a heavenly official sneak in? That's impossible. What heavenly official has the nerve to come to a place like this?" Spurred on by the calling voices, uproar fled in every direction. Shirley-Ann felt some trepidation, but his face didn't give anything away. Hua Chang had helped him cover his scent earlier, so how was there still a smell? No one should have noticed him mixing in. Hua Chang held his hand and whispered, "Gaga, be careful. Something is deliberately muddying the waters to create chaos." "It's also possible that some other heavenly officials really have snuck in," Shirley-Ann said. "Yeah, like I suggested." The ghost who first mentioned the smell of humans jumped onto a boulder to give a speech. "Everyone! Maybe those godforsaken heavenly officials in the heavenly realm saw that they couldn't stop us on the road, so they sent people to Mount Tonglu to ruin our celebration. To help uncover who has spiritual aura, I suggest that everyone remove any masks, cloaks, and heavy layers for the time being. Everyone, announce your titles one by one. Don't give them the chance to infiltrate the gathering and lurk among us. This is a clever ghost." So, are they being directed? Someone is here making stuff harder for Hua Chang and Shirley-Ann? I am so suspicious of everything that happens now after that last scene with Jun Wu. I am trusting nobody. The crowd applauded the idea, and that ghost continued. I'll go first. You may call me Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade. Referring specifically, of course, to the blade an executioner used for beheading. He only ever used this one blade to chop off heads. That was very detailed, and Julian gives an ellipsis reply to it. In Julian's experience, the more blunt and exaggerated the title, especially ones that contained unparalleled, 1,000 hands, mighty, life-extinguishing, and so on, the easier the owner was to wipe out. It usually only took a single hit, or even 3 with one blow. Hundreds of titles were being noisily thrown out, and Julian shook his head as he listened. Suddenly, a nearby ghost elbowed him. "Hey, why haven't you stripped off your cloak yet? What are you?" The ghost didn't mean the latter question disrespectfully. If Julian wasn't human, then he could only correctly be called a what. As for the ghost's former question, there were plenty of ghosts that hadn't removed their cloaks and masks. There was even one not far from Julian, watching them with his arms crossed. Okay, little character here to keep an eye out for. However, Julian was the one who had been called out first. Seeing that all eyes were on him, he accepted his own bad luck and took off his cloak. "I'm a puppet master," he said, temperately. Okay, that is a very specific thing to call yourself, Julian. I wonder if this is a hint that we will be encountering more puppet master tricks coming in soon. The ghost surrounded him. "I see! No wonder you look so human. This is my first time seeing a puppet master." Julian smiled without responding. Puppet masters were nefarious beings with very weak evil chi. They would experiment with different kinds of materials in order to create the perfect puppet. So it wasn't strange for them to be stained with different scents. Since they particularly fancied the skins of humans, human scent was usually heaviest. The dream of all puppet masters was to steal hair from heavenly officials to use for wigs for their puppets, and some were even audacious enough to try their luck, so it also wouldn't be strange if he had the scent of a heavenly official on him. "Then where's your puppet?" a ghost asked. Julian scanned the crowd, then bent and lifted Huachang. The ghosts were in awe. "Wow! Exquisite! What material did you use? It looks so real. Feels like you're going to be a tough competitor. How can you say it looks real? I think it looks pretty fake. Isn't the skin too pale? Why would a kid have such long eyelashes?" Is that what's going to give you away? That is so funny. Huachang had his arms crossed and his face was expressionless, but there were still many lady ghosts whose unmoving hearts were struck by his looks. All the ladies, the human ones at the shop, and now the ghost ladies as well. "I'm dying! What a handsome puppet! Master, do you take commissions? Can I order one that looks exactly the same? We can talk about pricing." Some even reached out to try to pet him, unable to resist. Julian immediately pulled him back into his arms. The ghosts were visibly miffed. "So stingy, treasuring him so highly that you won't even let us touch?" Julian held Huachang even tighter, and his hand smoothed his hair. "Of course, this is my puppet. Besides, he's got quite a temper. No one but me can touch him, otherwise he gets very angry." Not really a lie. Huachang quirked an eyebrow, and the ghosts laughed out loud. "My, he can even raise his brows. He's got attitude." Just then, a voice spoke up. "I don't think that's it." Julian turned to look, and the one who had spoken was Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade. Okay, the poser. "The human scent on you is a little too heavy," he accused. "He's a puppet master, it's understandable," the crowd of ghosts chided him. "He's got ghost chi on him too." No, look closer everyone," Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade countered. "The ghost chi on this puppet master doesn't feel like it's being emitted from within. It feels more like it's only stained on the outside." His surface coat of ghost chi should have been enough in most circumstances, but even the tiniest details would be brought under scrutiny once he became the focus of a whole crowd of ghosts. Much like Heaven's Eye, demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade, didn't look like he was very smart at first, and Julian had taken him for an insignificant minor character who knew he wasn't so easy to deceive. You seem like you're well-versed on this topic, so is there anything concrete to what you're saying? A ghost piped up. How do we tell? Got any ideas? Yes, demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade replied. There's a tool that can determine what he is. He pulled an item from his sleeve, and the crowd of ghosts instantly backed away the moment they saw it. What the fuck? You have a talisman on you? You sure you're not the heavenly official mixed in here? No, I killed some cultivators on the way here and took their belongings, that's all. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade earnestly explained. These are just typical talismans for dealing with little ghosts and irrelevant minions. Since all of you made it here, I'm sure these won't harm you. Watch! He slapped a talisman on his own forehead. Crackle, crackle. The talisman burnt up into nothing but a wisp of black smoke, leaving a black burn mark on his forehead. Even though this talisman can't harm me, it can still leave a mark on my face, Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade said. So this proves my identity, right? Paper talismans could be used to defeat or ward off nefarious creatures, so they could also be used to determine whether a person was in fact a person. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade pointed at Julian. Gosh, this name is such a mouthful to say. If you're really a puppet master, then stick this talisman to your forehead. We'll see whether it leaves a mark. While Julian didn't show any reaction, his mind was spinning rapidly. Yeah, because, whew. However, Huachang whispered, Don't worry, Gaga. Huachang has a plan. Julian knew this meant Huachang was confident he could handle things. He put Huachang down and calmly approached, then took the talisman and pressed it to his forehead. Crackle, crackle. The talisman burnt up into a wisp of black smoke. However, Julian's forehead was still unmarred after the smoke had cleared, with not a trace left behind. This proved that the ghost chi on him was only on the surface, while that cloaked figure with crossed arms remained where he stood. Hundreds of ghosts surrounded Julian and Huachang, yelling and howling and ready to unleash all sorts of bizarre weapons. However, they were repelled by an invisible barrier. The crowd of ghosts was left stunned. Well, pretty skilled, aren't you? Julian shrugged. I didn't do anything. Huachang had been standing behind him, but now he approached with his hands clasped behind his back. You ignorant rubes, why do you look so surprised? And you're a man of the world, baby ghost? It ain't a lie that he didn't have ghost chi on him, just who are you? Declare your identity now. What a gaggle of fools. Of course there's nothing of the sort on his body, because I'm the real puppet master, Huachang answered. That is so funny, this is so cool. Yeah, and Julian is his puppet then? Okay, I see you, Huachang, I see where this is going. As he spoke, the crowd of ghosts sensed an exceedingly sinister chill blow past them. It was like the entire field had frozen over. Despite their own bodies' ghostly coldness, they still shuddered. What's going on? Giving you a taste of the world, that's all, Huachang said. He resigned his aura, and the crowd of ghosts finally stopped shivering. If you're the puppet master, and he is also a puppet master, then who's the real one? Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade asked with trepidation. No, it can't be him. So what kind of creature is he? Before Huachang responded, Julian smiled and explained. Obviously, the kind that belongs to him. Okay, Julian, okay. The crowd of ghosts were befuddled for a moment, then it finally dawned on them. So it's the opposite. He's the master and you're the puppet. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade was suspicious. Then why did you say you were the puppet master? Why did you lie? Huachang smiled. Because I thought it'd be fun. It was fun. This little lie is a lot of fun, actually. Julian smiled too. That's right. Master having fun is the most important reason in the world. That's kind of cute, despite this just being part of the play. After the lady ghosts got over their initial shock, they tucked away their long claws and tongues and started circling around Julian anew, only now it was to examine him. For some reason, the ghost women's commentary took on a completely different flavor from their observations of Hua Chang. Somehow, they were even bolder. Oh my god. Oh no. So this little Gaga is the real puppet. Hiya, I like this age better. I can't with this. Now I want one even more. Are you sure you don't take commissions? Thank you for the compliments, Julian replied evenly. But I'm actually very old. This material is human skin, right? The treatment is done quite cleanly. There isn't any of that stinking rancid man musk that's usually on those burly brutes. Master, how do you maintain him? Do you use perfume? It's human skin, Julian confirmed. No perfume, just bathe frequently and drink lots of water. Oh my gosh, what is this, Julian? Is this finally you dropping your skincare routine? It really is the grandpa kind of skincare routine too. Just bathe and drink water. Wow, feels like this puppet can do lots of things. All sorts of things. His face and body both look pretty good, eh? The feel of his skin is nice too, but he's a little skinny. I wonder if there'll be any meat on there after stripping off his clothes. Oh my god. These fucking ghosts, man. Julian had maintained a polite and humble smile to this point, but his brows twitched when he saw that some of the lady ghosts were actually coming closer to feel his chest, their eyes glinting. Hua Chang pressed two of his fingers together and lightly swung them upward. The circle of both the youthful and wizened hands that had been closing in was flung back. Julian quickly crouched behind Hua Chang to hide, much to the annoyance of the ghost women. What? Are you going to say your puppet also has a bad temper and doesn't like other people touching him? He looks nice. Hua Chang reached out and lifted Julian's chin. His temper is certainly nice, but mine is bad. No one but me can touch the things I love. Oh my fucking god. Again, I know this is part of the play, but it's very cute, and I think, you know, he 100% meant that, so this is like one of those situations where we are dropping these lines that both of them like kind of sort of actually do mean, but they are allowed to say them because the setting is a play. It's doing a very good job at maintaining the tension and has you as a reader kind of like reading on to see what they will say next and if any of them will catch on. Julian followed along and obediently raised his head, holding back his laughter so hard that his belly hurt. Still, he was very cooperative and gazed into Hua Chang's eyes. No, son, Master's temper is very nice too, he said earnestly. Hua Chang laughed as well, looking very pleased. The two went back and forth, singing the same tune and getting quite into their roles, but another ghost interrupted. I still think the human center name is too strong. What more do you want to do then? The lady ghosts questioned. I heard puppets made of skin aren't stuffed with real flesh, so they won't bleed if they're stabbed, a ghost said. Let me stab him with a blade and see. But before he finished his thought, a death glare frightened him into silence. Try touching him. I dare you, Hua Chang warned frigidly. Do you think I would so easily allow you to touch my heart's dearest treasure? Oh my god. You ain't slick, Hua Chang. You're using this. You're using this for all it's worth. This is an opportunity and he is not letting it slip. Earlier, the crowd of ghosts had been pushed back by the powers of his aura alone. They were even more scared to make any rash moves. Now that he was making direct verbal threats, without realizing it, they had backed away and vacated a large area around them. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade had started this, but he was actually the first to try to smooth things over when he saw they were going downhill. Please don't be angry, Puppet Master. We haven't even entered the boundaries of Mount Tonglu. Oh my gosh, there's art. Okay, let me finish this sentence first. Let me try not to look at this. I can't. This is some good shit. This is some good shit. Look at him. Oh my god. He's looking so ominous and so serious. And then you have Julian, who's just holding back his laughter apparently. He's so obedient. Such a good puppet. This is so cute. Oh my gosh, this baby Hua-Chang is so adorable. I like that the artist has kind of captured what he is described as well. Like, he is a child, but nothing about his demeanor feels like a child. And I kind of feel it looking at this piece of art as well. This is very good. And also, Shirley is so pretty. And also, they're so pretty. Ah, I love this. Well done, Zelda. Anyway, he was saying something. We can talk more once we're inside. Let's not start squabbling among ourselves now. Hua-Chang's gaze swung to the side. Rather than harassing my puppet, why not ask instead why that one still won't remove their cloak? The strange cloaked figure that we have been listening to, like he's been mentioned a couple of times now, had been standing nearby this entire time and still hadn't removed his cloak even after the ruckus started. He had been watching with his arms crossed like he was enjoying the show, acting like he wasn't associated with the hubbub at all. Now that Hua-Chang had pointed him out, he couldn't spectate the drama anymore. He had become its star. Demon of the Swift, life-extinguishing sword blade, took a step forward. Friend, won't you also remove your cloak and let us see? The cloaked figure remained still for a long time. Just when Shirley was starting to suspect he was preparing to kick up dirt and run away, the cloaked figure extended a hand and pulled off his cloak in one clean motion. Under the cloak was a man. He was somewhat handsome, but overall ordinary and rather forgettable. If spotted in a crowd, a person like that wouldn't be an eyesore, but they'd be easily forgotten. Their appearance would slip from one's mind the moment they weren't in view. While it seemed to disappoint the ghosts who saw the reveal, Shirley grew wary. Obviously a fake face, Hua-Chang said, so that only Shirley could hear. He nodded in agreement. Okay, disguise. When heavenly officials or ghosts of renown had business to do in the mortal realm, they'd sometimes create a fake face to avoid being inconvenienced by their real form. The most important element of this transformation was looking ordinary. It didn't matter whether it came out attractive, as long as it was plain enough to ensure that onlookers would forget the face the moment they turned away, that it would disappear from their mind no matter how long they stared. The transformation was a success. The cloaked figure's face perfectly matched the key component of such a transformation, which meant it was probably not his real appearance. His identity remained unknown. Yeah. Well, Hua-Chang's disguises usually don't do this though, right, Sanlang? With your handsome face and pretty legs, right? Demon of the Swift life-extinguishing blade handed him a talisman. The cloaked figure took it and stuck it on his forehead without hesitation. Crackle, crackle, smoke, and then a mark. It seemed he was also a ghost, not a human. After all this ruckus, the crowd was growing agitated. So is there actually a heavenly official among us or not? Who brought this up in the first place? You better not be wrong. Demon of the Swift life-extinguishing blade raised his hand in appeasement. I was the first to notice, but it's true. I definitely smelled a heavenly official. Ah! He screamed and toppled over mid-sentence. Startled, Shirley rushed over and found that he had been pierced through the abdomen, leaving a fresh bloody hole. There was a faint but unmistakable residue on his wound. It was the kind of holy light that could only come from a heavenly official. Okay, someone is here. And apparently it's not the other guy then. Let's see. The crowds of ghosts was shocked. Look at his wounds, one yelled. There really is a heavenly official among us. Demon of the Swift life-extinguishing blade covered the bloody hole with one hand and cried in terror. Everyone, watch out! They want to obliterate us! The crowd of ghosts lost their minds in terror. In an uproar, they all raised their weapons, ready to face enemies from any direction. Yelling, Who is it? Who wants to wipe us out? Where are you hiding? It's just as I thought. The ones who give themselves such ridiculous titles are always the first to go down. That was what flashed through Shirley's mind when the demon of the Swift life-extinguishing blade fell. Once the initial shock wore off, Shirley shouted, Everyone saw just now, right? You were watching my master and me the entire time. We didn't do anything. As he spoke, he shot a look at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure also raised a hand, and his voice was low and quiet. Same. Xianle bent down to check Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade's injury. It's a sword wound, he started. Whoever's using a sword right now is... When he turned his head, he was struck speechless. It looked like the sword wasn't just the most popular weapon in the mortal and heavenly realms, but in the ghost realm as well. Of the 400 some ghosts present, at least 300 wielded swords. They had innumerable suspects. Xianle cleared his throat. If only there were more talismans we could use like the ones earlier, then we wouldn't have to worry about who's who. This was just an offhand comment, of course. He was trying to make himself sound helpful. If some of his heavenly colleagues really were infiltrating this crowd, he certainly didn't want to help identify them. Luckily, there was no way this demon of the Swift Blades individual had that many talismans at the ready. Yet unexpectedly, as soon as Xianle made this comment, Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade actually did produce several thick stacks of talismans. Oh, I do have more! Yeah, that's just Xianle's luck, isn't it? Xianle couldn't help but want to take a look behind the creature's back. Where exactly did you pull those from? That's not important, Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade said. No, it's very important, Xianle said. One normally doesn't carry such heavy burdens on the road. Those stacks are heavy enough to be hurled like bricks to kill people. How many cultivators did you kill? Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade glared at him. Maybe 20 or so. No wonder, if every cultivator carried a dozen talismans with them, then altogether he'd gathered at least a few hundred. The crowd of ghosts were anxious to find out who among them were heavenly officials, so without much ado, they devised a hasty plan. They formed into groups of 2, then each stuck a talisman on their partner's forehead and observed whether the other had a burn mark. However, some small-time ghosts were still a little afraid of the prospect. Do I actually have to do this? Won't this shatter my spirit? Nah, it's exactly like those talismans they were using earlier. The power's weak, so they'll leave a mark at most. I see. Huachang narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have noticed something. In the crowd of over 400 ghosts, rows and rows of them now had talismans taped onto their foreheads. A peculiar and silly sight. However, nothing was happening. The ghosts exchanged looks of dismay. What's going on? Hey, Swiftblade Demon, what kind of cultivators did you kill? Why are these talismans so crappy? They're not working. Oh, this is a plan. This is a plan to kill all those people who just put them on their heads. They're gonna explode or something. Xianle had thought that things were fishy from the start, and he knitted his brows. He was just about to speak when a lady ghost next to him pursed her lips and whined. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm ripping this thing off. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I get it off? Several ghost women started shrieking at once. Me too. Why won't it come off? Crap. Huachang warned darkly. Gaga, get down! Xianle immediately followed his instructions and Huachang covered his ears for him. Not far from them, the cloaked figure pulled his cloak over his head and half knelt on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah! Fucking knew it! Like fireworks exploding, loud rumbles roared to the skies. Xianle could feel waves of violent tremors rippling from all directions. A peculiar, hard-to-describe stench permeated the air. All the talismans had exploded. As for the nefarious creatures who had them stuck to their foreheads, the ones with the solid bodies had their brains blown out, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. The hollow-bodied ones were blown out of existence entirely, dispersed like black smoke. The mountain bluffs now overlooked a field of howling, wailing survivors. Huachang uncovered Xianle's ears, looking unaffected by the chaos, but Xianle felt slightly alarmed as he rose to his feet. He had inspected those talismans one by one earlier. They were entirely normal exorcism charms. How could they have such a shocking effect? A shredded piece of paper came fluttering down from the smoke-choked sky. Xianle seized it with a swift hand to take a look and instantly figured it out. How cunning. It was a shredded corner from one of the talismans. He might not have noticed if it hadn't been torn, but it had 2 layers. On top was a sheet of paper with the most ordinary of spells written on it, but beneath was an extremely thin sheet of charm paper. It had been burned to the point where the spell was no longer recognizable, but it must have been a most vicious and aggressive one indeed. Amidst the billowing, obscuring clouds of dust, many of the remaining ghosts were wailing, like someone had used this as a chance to ambush them. So this, the guy, the swift life-ending blade guy, is probably either very clever and a little bit of an obstacle right now, but he could also actually be planted by another character, a clone or something, or someone quite important. We'll just have to wait and see. But this was kind of fun. I like the subversion from like noisy character who usually is the first to go to, well, this one actually had some brains in him after all. Julian dropped low to the ground as he heard the ghosts shouting. Wait, the slaughter hasn't started. Why is everyone making their move now? Yeah, didn't we agree that since we're all ghosts, we'd find a way to peacefully cross the mountain? A voice laughed savagely. Idiots like you deserve to be annihilated in the first round. There's never been any rule about when the slaughter begins. We're all opponents, so obviously the faster you're dealt with, the better. Think I'm gonna warn you before I make my move? Wait, I'm quitting. We're not in the Tonglu Mountains yet. Can't I back out? Where do you think you are? Somewhere you can just enter and leave as you please? Not in the Tonglu Mountains yet, you say? Take a good look around. The clouds of smoke and dust began to clear, and once the ghosts could see, they were all mortified. Huh? How did this happen? It wasn't just them. Even Julian was a little stunned by the sight before him. When they first arrived, there had been a tall mountain bluff blocking the road ahead, and it could not be bypassed. But now, somehow, the mountain had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It migrated behind them. Moving mountain. Oh my gosh. It seemed they had crossed the boundary of Mount Tonglu without realizing it. Earlier, Julian had asked Huachang if Mount Tonglu had any landmarks, and now he understood why Huachang had replied that the existing landmarks were not to be trusted. It was because those landmarks could move around on their own, like mischievous children playing pranks. I gotta see just what this puppet is made of, a voice suddenly said, from behind Julian in a sneering tone. Or perhaps you're really something else. It was the demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade. Julian whirled around, yet before Roya could even fly out, a chilling light flashed. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade didn't even have the chance to scream before he was slashed at the waist. Yeah, so, we knew he wasn't going to ever get to touch Julian, so Julian rushed over. Sure enough, he had been chopped cleanly in two and couldn't be deader. Julian looked up and saw that the one who had struck was the strange cloaked figure. It wasn't Huachang? I thought that was Huachang. Okay. The cloaked man slowly slid his sword back into his sheath as he walked over with steady, confident steps. Julian felt that the man and the way he walked were both somewhat familiar, and straightened up. Okay. So a character we know in disguise. And you are, sir. The man smirked and gave a low chuckle in response. He seemed about to answer, but he suddenly bent down instead. The unexpected action set off alarm bells in Julian's head. He watched the man intently, preparing for any surprise attacks. However, the man only circled his arms around the slender waist of two lady ghosts. Are my ladies all right? Oh my fucking god, is this... It's like the moment he did that, I'm like, Pei Ming. A lips reply from Julian. Julian was struck speechless. The two lady ghosts were both rather attractive because they didn't wield swords, they hadn't taken part in the talisman test, and thus had escaped disaster. Nevertheless, the shockwave from the blasts had knocked them out. Feeling themselves embraced in someone's arms and addressed with such passion, they languidly came around with gratitude in their hearts. I'm all right, thank you. Yet before those thanks fully left their lips, The two lady ghosts' faces changed abruptly. They shoved the strange cloaked figure away. "Get out of here!" The two quickly scrambled off. Even after being slapped twice, the man didn't seem annoyed. He only seemed confused as he stroked his chin and wrinkled his brow. "That can't be right. This face isn't that ugly." Another ellipse reply, although he was still in disguise, and I'm seeing the next sentence already. Xianle already knew who he was. "General Pei, why are you here?" Fucking hell. The lady ghosts were the giveaway, I guess. The man turned to him and smiled. He swept a hand across his face and revealed his true appearance. It was indeed Pei Ming. "Because the Heavenly Emperor asked me to give your highness a hand, of course." "Really?" Xianle said. Thank you. So very sorry for the trouble, and it's quite dangerous here, as you can see." "Gaga, there's no need to be so grateful. He obviously negotiated some hefty rewards from Jun Wu," Huachang said. Pei Ming walked over and stopped in front of Huachang. Then he crouched down and reached out to measure his current height, laughing as he did. "Do my eyes deceive me? Is this my Lord Crimson Rainsalt flower? One certainly changes for the better with time, so what did you eat to grow backward?" Only a single ha had left his lips when Xianle flung out his silk bandage. It whipped out so hard that Pei Ming was almost sent flying. He had only barely dodged with a backward leap. "Your Highness, just how deeply do you treasure Huachangju? Can't even take a joke." "Are you really General Pei?" Xianle demanded somberly. Pei Ming patted the sword at his waist, flashing it for him to see. "Genuine and authentic. Exchange if fake." "No exchanges, if fake, refunds only," Xianle said. "Gaga, kill it. It's fake," Huachang said. "Hey! If you really are General Pei, then why did that talisman leave a burn mark on your forehead?" Xianle questioned. "It's simple," Pei Ming said. "It's all thanks to this." He tossed a small item to Xianle. Since he was on guard, Xianle didn't catch it with his hands. Instead, he used the tip of his sword to skewer it and bring it up to his eyes. "Candy?" On the tip of the sword, there was a shiny black piece of candy. Pei Ming tossed another into his mouth. "Ghost scent candy that I bought from Ghost City. Chew on one and you'll get a mouthful of ghost chi flowing from the inside out. Rather useful when pretending to be an inhuman creature." Xianle whittled the ghost scent candy in his fingers, amazed. "You can buy such magical things in Ghost City." "All right, okay. So, Pei Ming is here. And I did expect him to show up, but apparently he is not guarding the north then. He asked to come. Or rather, the Emperor asked him to go give a hand. Though probably with some sort of reward in mind. Yeah, I really am suspicious about any interaction between Pei Ming and the Emperor as well, because again, everything that has happened to Pei Ming in Arc 1 is directly affecting his position as the second strongest martial god, right? And I've been putting question marks next to whether Jun Wu would want that or not want that, you know? Again, lifting the fact that it is suspicious that the second strongest god, and also, Cuo Cuo later on, after Pei Ming's popularity kind of diminished a little bit, are the ones who are facing all these things, while the Palace of Divine Might just keeps spreading. That is one of the reasons why Jun Wu is so suspicious to begin with. So anyways, we have ghost scent candies. Interesting. And that is also going to make it harder for us to tell who is indeed a heavenly official around here. If more people have access to these, it's not going to be as easy for us to pinpoint who are our allies, but we'll have to wait and see. So is Pei Ming teaming up with us now? Or is he going to run off? Let's see. Pei Ming munched on the sweet in his mouth. "Ask your Huachangju right next to you. He knows better than anyone that you can buy anything in Ghost City if you know how. The flavor's not bad, Your Highness. Want to try one?" Xianle was curious what ghosts tasted like. He turned to Huachang. Maybe we should have gotten some of those ghost-sent candies before we came. However, Huachang took the candy from his hand. Gaga, if you want anything from Ghost City, you need only ask, but don't eat stuff like this. Why? Even though Huachang exerted no power on it, the candy shrieked and dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. Everything in Ghost City is dangerous, he explained. Take this candy, for example. It comes from a shady production mill, and the ingredients are mostly vulgar, puny ghosts of unknown origin. Eating it will damage your health. It's fine, Pei Ming said, sounding unconcerned. They're only for emergencies. It's not like I eat them regularly. And the smell is extremely pungent, Huachang went on. Heavenly officials and mortals can't detect it, but such vulgar ghosts produce a rancid stench. Pei Ming was speechless. Oh my god. Huachang snickered. Now do you understand why those two ghost women told you to get lost? Ellipse a reply from Pei Ming, I'm guessing, and I guess that's true then. I guess Huachang might be telling the truth. It was because of the incredibly vulgar, incredibly foul brand of ghost chi oozing from Pei Ming's body. Shulian cleared his throat softly and made a polite suggestion. General Pei, let's not eat these anymore. Pei Ming pulled out the leftover ghost-sent candies with a dismissive gesture and tossed them away. Fine, but we've only reached the outer edges of Mount Tonglu's territory. As we progress further, we'll find much more powerful nefarious creatures who can tell we're suspicious with a single look. What shall we do then? The lady ghosts had swarmed around Huachang like ducks. No doubt they really liked his scent. The ghost chi that Huachang transferred to Shulian was assuredly of the highest quality, so there was no need to buy ghost-scent candies. However, to avoid anyone finding out that the chi was only a surface coat, they might need to press their lips together like last time. And have Huachang pass on something more tangible like air or bodily fluids. Oh my fucking god. What is this mechanic? What is this mechanic? Bodily fluids? Any bodily fluids? Shulian immediately stopped himself from thinking about that any further. Yeah, okay, yeah, same, Shulian. Let's stop. Right there. I don't know either. I'm just a puppet, he said, matter-of-factly. In other words, he would keep up his act. Fine, Your Highness, you'd best keep close to your master, Pei Ming said. Shulian pretended not to hear that last bit and scanned their surroundings, humming. I hadn't imagined casualties would be this devastating from the get-go. The 400-some ghosts that had gathered here originally were almost all dead or injured. Shulian couldn't help but recall the performance Huachang had shown him nights ago. It wasn't an exaggeration. It really was like a gust of wind had blown through and uprooted all the weeds. Only a scattered few dozen had managed to escape this trial alive, and they were in terrible shape. There were severed limbs everywhere and moaning and groaning all around. Huachang stood before the survivors. Do you understand now what kind of place Mount Tonglu is? The ghosts that were fortunate enough to survive didn't dare make a sound. You're on the outer edges right now. There is still a chance to pull out, Shulian said gently. If you don't want to continue on and meet even more frightening things, then stay here and look for a chance to leave. The remaining ghosts intended to do just that. Seeing that Shulian and company didn't plan on wiping them out, they quickly pulled each other up and fled as fast as they could, leaning on each other for support. Watching their retreating backs, Shulian mused, Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade was an exaggerated name to be sure, but he was an unexpectedly formidable character, quite brutal. That creature was extremely good at manipulation. He'd stirred the pot from the very start, Pei Ming agreed. He was also quick on his feet. Your Highness, that strike of yours gave him the perfect chance to use his injury for trickery. Shulian blinked. Wait, my strike? Oh my gosh. What strike? I didn't unsheath my sword. No? Pei Ming wondered. I meant to stab to his abdomen. If he hadn't whipped everyone into a panic thanks to that little gash stained with your holy light, none of the ghosts would have believed him and stuck those talismans on their foreheads. Shulian was puzzled. To be honest, I thought you had stabbed him, General Pei. Your Highness, do you have some sort of misunderstanding about me? I don't do ambushes or sneak attacks, Pei Ming said. If it wasn't you and if it wasn't me, then was there a third heavenly official present? Or perhaps the holy light on that swift blade demon's wound isn't what it seems. He turned, ready to inspect and verify again, but the demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade's corpse was gone. Okay. Startled, he demanded, "Where's that swift blade demon's body?" "I clearly just slashed him at the waist," Pei Ming replied, blatantly baffled. "Gaga, be careful," Hua Tang said darkly. "Within Mount Tonglu's domain, a slayer becomes stronger for each opponent killed." And Demon of the Swift Light-Extinguishing Blade had just slaughtered nearly 400 nefarious creatures. Oh my god. Yeah, and that was the end of chapter 77. And we are officially past the gates of Mount Tonglu. And yeah, we're already seeing some surprising team-ups. We have Pei Ming along for the ride now. The question being if he's gonna follow along with us from now on, or if he is gonna run off after meeting us and then we're gonna reunite. We'll just have to see where we're headed. But this demon that was quite low level has now murdered 400 ghosts in one go and is now apparently a lot stronger. Even the slicing at the waist was not enough to kill it, so this is gonna be like a little bit of an obstacle going forward. How much of an obstacle it's gonna be, I feel like maybe it's gonna be more of a, well, this guy made himself a lot stronger, but when we meet like the ones that have even more potential, the ones that are even stronger, he might get devoured, so to speak. I feel like he's just a battery waiting for our bigger fish to swallow up whole. Like, I just feel like we didn't spend too much time on his character other than to like mention his archetype. So he doesn't feel like a character that will be important aside from this stuff. Of course, I could be wrong. He could end up being more interesting later on, but I doubt it. He wasn't given any like great descriptions or anything as to what he looked like or whatever. Like, he's not even Pei Ming level as a character, so I doubt it. Still, I could be surprised. Now, that said, I think this was a fun little entry into the whole arc in that we are surrounded by ghosts, we're getting to see kind of the dynamics of the ghosts again, and we're getting to watch Hualien play along with this little lie they've constructed in this kind of fun, tension-filled sort of manner. While we're kind of setting up the pieces with like Mount Tonglu's moving mountains, and now we're kind of caught in here. Exciting little setup. I feel like other than that, we didn't get too much out of this. Like, it's more of the setup. Yeah, just the pieces getting set onto the board, some of them moving a little bit, and now we are ready to dive further in, I guess. Well, if Pei Ming is with us, I hope that means that Xuanji is right around the corner. And also, I really liked the little bit of introspection we get from Hua Chang talking about what this slaughter really is. So I really hope that we get more time with Hua Chang talking about his memories of his trials 800 years ago, or however many years ago. We don't even know if it happened like very soon after he died, or if it took him like a while before he actually got to go to Mount Tonglu and do the trial. Either way, super excited about the setup, but I need more. I am definitely gonna read more, but I do need a little bit of a break for my voice before we are ready to dive into the next chapter. There seems to be another long one coming up of another 30-something pages. So let's take a break for now and then try to come back to attack chapter 78 as well. I will see you in a little bit. Okay, so it turns out I needed like a day and a night to get ready to continue reading. My throat was just so parched yesterday, and I'm kind of feeling something in the back right here. Like, I wonder if I am finally, apparently, maybe, hopefully not, catching a little bit of a cold. I haven't had a sore throat for the whole winter season, so I guess it might finally be catching up to me. But still, knock on wood. So here I am, all refreshed and ready to take on the next part of the story. Recalling very quickly, Pei Ming might have joined our party, for better or worse, though I do have to say I kind of do like his little squabbling, the little banter he has back and forth with Crimson Rain Salt Flower. Like, yeah, he is kind of interrupting our precious time together with tiny Huachang, but at the same time, though I have been looking forward to spending more time with this character, and you know, he was a hoot, he was a lot of fun back in during the trial, the tribulation, the Watermaster tribulation. He was like the only person having any amount of fun. So I guess what's left to see is if he'll stick around and if he's gonna be any fun if we end up encountering, well, Xuanji for one, Ban Yue for another, or whoever else might be lurking around the Tonglu Mountains. But either way, no more delay as we settle in and start reading chapter 78. Ambivalent regrets, the clear-sighted general snaps the hateful sword. Ambivalent regrets, the clear-sighted general snaps the hateful sword. This sounds familiar. I don't remember what this is about. This sounds very familiar though. Is it referring to Pei Ming? Is it referring to another general? We'll just have to wait and see. The three stood tense and on guard amidst the corpse-strewn field and dissipating black smoke. Now that the tall mountain had migrated behind them undetected, the path ahead was finally visible. It plunged into the depths of a thick black forest. The strange squawking of crows echoed intermittently within the countless trees, exceedingly frightening. Sholian went on the alert and sharpened his senses, and yet at the same time he still unconsciously reached for Huachang's hand. The moment their hands touched, he noticed an alarming sign. Of course, he's getting smaller again, is that it? Huachang was of course a ghost, but his body temperature was blistering hot like he had a high fever. Okay, so the agitation again, or what? Sholian was taken aback. Sunlong, are you changing back? He whispered. Although Huachang was burning up from his forehead to his fingertips, his expression remained unchanged. Soon, Huachang was going to transform back to his true form. Wonderful news considering their circumstances. However, the lead up to the official return of his old self was inevitably the most critical, perilous time. Making a split-second decision, Sholian cried, "I'll set up an array and shield you." And he went straight to it. He called forth Roya and had it form a large circle, 12 meters in radius, around Huachang. Then he plunged function into the earth in front of the circle as the lock on the array's door. Huachang sat on the ground to meditate. "Gaga, keep function with you for protection. No, this array can't be sloppy. It must be sealed by a blade weapon that's touched human blood." Before he could finish, he felt something rubbing against him behind his back. When he looked, he was rendered speechless. A tiny silver scimitar was standing upright behind him. Aming! I didn't, has he been with us all this time though? Or kind of concealed away? Or has he been following us? A tiny silver scimitar was standing upright behind him. It blinked its big silver eye and nuzzled against him with his hilt, as if it was nominating itself for the task. Oh, I adore him. Sholian crouched down. "Erming, why are you like this too?" The infamous scimitar Erming, a long, slender blade, bewitching and wild, had shrunk in size by at least half. Only half? Not butter knife-sized? Kind of disappointing. Its silver eye used to be long and narrow, but now it was big, shining and round, like a child's. At Sholian's comment, it seemed to feel wronged and tried to push its hilt into Sholian's hand with renewed fervor. Oh my god. Oh, that is so cute. I love Erming. I do love when they give us these little moments of just adorableness. Pei Ming also crouched to look. Uh-oh. So this is the infamous scimitar Erming. He looked like he was about to reach out and touch it. Rookie mistake, Pei Ming. Erming changed face in an instant and pointed its blade at him threateningly. Fortunately, Pei Ming pulled away just in time, otherwise blood would have certainly spilled. Sholian stroked Erming. Function is still better suited. Function remained motionless. Erming had tried so enthusiastically to offer itself up, but it was so blatantly rejected. It hopped back to Hua Chang's side, weeping. And Hua Chang didn't spare it a single look before he smacked it with a backhanded slap. Oh. Yeah, we need to develop Hua Chang's relationship with his scimitar, I think. What are you crying about? This happened because you're useless. Trash. See? You need to be nicer to him. You really do. He's just doing his best. Erming fell flat on the ground like a piece of unwanted scrap metal. As if that strike had struck it dead. Julian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Same. And he quickly scooped Erming into his arms to stroke it a few times. Oh, nothing of the sort. Don't listen to him. You're not trash. You're very useful. I can't. At least Erming is still very, very honest. Pei Ming couldn't stand the mood in the circle anymore and stepped out to stand at the boundary, unsheathing his sword once more. Things weren't supposed to be this tense. Who knew we'd run into such an impressive, difficult character right at the start? Your Highness really does have the very best luck. They made the trip to Mount Tonglu in the first place to eliminate any inhuman candidates who had the potential to become supremes. That meant hunting down all the most powerful ghosts. Julian couldn't tell whether this counted as good luck or bad. However, Hua Chang said, "Why do you state so matter-of-factly that His Highness's luck is the problem, General Pei? Have you ever considered that the demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade might have been targeting you?" Pei Ming laughed out loud. "If he were a woman, I'd believe it." Oh my god. He hadn't laughed for long before his expression suddenly changed, and he leapt backward. As he looked up, blood trickled down his cheek. A bloody cut had appeared on Pei Ming's face. So suddenly, he felt his cheek in disbelief, and his whole palm came away with smeared blood. This was no mere scratch. And although they were on high alert, Julian didn't sense any killing intent directed toward him at all. And so he said truthfully, "It seems it really is coming for you, General Pei." Pei Ming was about to speak, but once more he heard the sound of a sharp blade slashing through the air. This time he was ready and swung his sword, and the strike found its mark. Okay, so it is really that ghost again then. A figure appeared hanging in midair, then split in half from the slash and fell to the ground with a thud, upper and lower body now separated. Its eyes were gloomy and vicious as it glared intently at Pei Ming. It was Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade, yeah. Maybe I should write this name down. I have in my head, I don't think this is gonna be an actual character, but I think a more powerful ghost is going to kill it and therefore get its powers, you know? But could be. I mean, for all we know, this might turn into a really important one. I'm noting the name down anyway. Demon of the Swift Life. Oh my gosh, this is so long. Can we do like short form? Dosleb. That's his name now, Dosleb. Leb for short, Life Extinguishing Blade. Pei Ming walked over and stepped on the demon's chest, the tip of his sword pointed at the creature's throat. What are you? This being had claimed to be a spirit formed from the blade of an executioner. If that was true, then he would have shown his true form and ended this ridiculous charade after Pei Ming cut him in half. What kind of blade could still act with such arrogance even after getting snapped in two? Oh, shoot. So snapped in two. The general who snapped his sword. But this was a sword belonging to an executioner. Was the executioner the general who snapped his blade? Oh, wait. So this demon is the demon of a blade. Like the spirit of a blade that has taken form, and it has been snapped in two by Pei Ming several times, and now it is targeting him. Is it because of revenge, or very thin little line there, this executioner? No, come on. Maybe, we'll see. Suddenly, Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade's eyes bulged and he sneered. He reached up and snapped Pei Ming's sword with his bare hands. Clang. Pei Ming's eyes went wide, and it wasn't just him. Even Shilian reacted the same. Pei Ming was, at the very least, a formally ascended martial god. Even though he was trapped within Mount Tonglu's boundary, and his spiritual powers had been suppressed to the bare minimum, his spiritual device shouldn't have been broken so easily. Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade gave her a sounding laugh. I can't believe you'd use such a trashy sword. With his weapon broken, Pei Ming resorted to using his fists. But with a slap of his hand on the ground, Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade launched himself into the air. Pressing the fingers of his hand together, he shot out a blast from his palm. A bright, chilling, metallic light flashed on the edges of the blast as it hurled past. It was a gust of power with a razor's edge. It seemed that the creature's true form really was some sort of sharp-bladed weapon. Shilian stood up and made to leave the circle to help, but was stopped by Huatong. Gogo, watch closely, he said with a low voice. Pei Ming shouted at him as well. No need to interfere! If the esteemed martial god of the north couldn't even defeat a lowly ghost blade on the outer edges of Mount Tonglu, how could he live with himself? So a matter of honor. But again, I really think he might be the target of this spirit. Like, if Huatong said so, then that's very, very likely. And I was a bit hesitant to voice it, but I have a sneaking suspicion now that with, Pei Ming shattering the spirit a couple of times into two, and also getting his own sword now, split into two, is perhaps Pei Ming one of the remaining 4 famous tales, the general who snapped his sword? And could this blade spirit be somehow connected to that? Because it was the blade of an executioner, but that could just mean like a person who has killed a lot of people. And while we know that Pei Ming was, he's pretty revered for everything he's done, he is also a general who participated in war. So, there are some threads here that might be threading. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Still, even with only an upper half, the Swift Blade Demon was extremely agile. No matter where Pei Ming struck, it seemed to predict his every move, which made Pei Ming's chances look rather poor. Hundreds of moves later, the Swift Blade Demon had inflicted dozens of deep wounds on Pei Ming. Shilian couldn't watch anymore and called out, General Pei, come back into the circle! Pei Ming's expression was growing grimmer and grimmer. He refused to retreat, and Shilian couldn't simply jump into the fight and make it 2 against 1. Some martial gods would find it humiliating to require help in a one-on-one duel. General Pei, come back! There's something weird going on, can't you tell? Shilian tried again. This creature knows your sword techniques and moves too well. Another hint. I'm feeling like this is where we're headed. Naturally, Pei Ming had also noticed. He just couldn't believe it yet. But since Shilian had seen it while observing from afar, he had to accept it even if he didn't want to. Shilian pulled Fengshen out of the ground and opened a small gap in the array. Pei Ming took the chance to leap back into the protective circle, looking extremely upset. Shilian plugged Fengshen back in. General Pei, aren't you going to pick up your broken spiritual weapon? Pei Ming wiped away the blood on his forehead. That's not a spiritual weapon, he replied darkly. It's just a decent sword I grabbed at random. Hearing this, Shilian sighed a breath of relief. While any sword Pei Ming randomly picked up from his collection would still be a fairly valuable tool, it couldn't compare to a real spiritual weapon. Why didn't General Pei bring his spiritual weapon when coming here? He asked. I haven't forged one. Pei Ming replied. Okay, Pei Ming lore? Pei Ming lore? I was not expecting this. Shilian found that even more amazing. Why not? Martial gods typically forged their favorite weapon into a spiritual device, which was much like adding wings to a tiger. Pei Ming had no answer for him, and Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade scoffed. That's obvious. It's because his best sword no longer exists. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Pei Ming frowned. Who are you exactly? You're not asking what he is anymore, Sholian asked. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade humphed again. Who am I? Ha! Pei Ming! When you snapped me in two with a blast from your palm, did you ever expect this day would come? Oh my god, it really is, huh? Sholian's eyes widened. General Pei, do you know him? Pei Ming pondered for a long while, and his expression grew more and more solemn. Finally, he hazarded a guess. You're Ming Guang? Oh my god, Ming Guang, General Ming Guang. Pei Ming, General Ming Guang. Oh my god, okay, I guess you get a name after all. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade. Or Ming Guang for short. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade's smile faded at mention of that name. He no longer looked like that common puny little ghost from earlier. He's Ming Guang, Sholian questioned. General Pei, isn't General Ming Guang your title? In an instant, countless possible stories of fraud and substitution flashed through his mind. I mean, yeah, they weren't as outlandish. They weren't outlandish assumptions, considering that he was now president in the heavens. But I don't think that's it. He couldn't help but think, is this another Earthmaster Yi? Pei Ming seemed to see through his worries. While covering his wounds with a hand, he said, Your Highness, what are you thinking? I already told you, I'm the genuine, authentical General Pei. I'm the real thing. Then why did you call him Ming Guang? Sholian demanded. Because his name is Ming Guang. It's the name I came up with. He's my sword. Sholian made a noise of understanding. Could you be the general who snapped his sword? Yeah, oh my god, confirmation for it. Okay, yeah, there were hints. They were slowly gathering throughout this chapter. That's right, Pei Ming replied. Ming Guang was my sword when I was mortal, and centuries ago I snapped it with my own hands. No wonder Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade knew Pei Ming's sword techniques well enough that it was like he could predict every move. He was the sword that Pei Ming had wielded as he won countless victories from north to south, so he naturally knew Pei Ming's technique inside and out. And no wonder that even when he was slashed in two, he could still move so easily, like the injury had no effect on him whatsoever. It was because he had already been snapped in half. And then ironically, again, by Pei Ming. Okay, so this is kind of interesting though. So Pei Ming's sword became a spirit. And now what is going to happen? Are we going to be able to reclaim that sword and like make it Pei Ming's new spiritual weapon? Because Pei Ming doesn't have one, he's just said so. He hasn't forged a spiritual weapon. So is this going to be like some sort of reconciliation with the sword? I mean, we could use a more useful ally. I wouldn't mind giving Pei Ming a power-up, I think. I don't think he's... like, from the vibe I'm getting from the fandom and you guys, I don't think he's gonna turn on us. So I wouldn't mind giving him a little bit of a power-up. Though, then again, I guess the story is more important than powering up in this story. So that gash from before was from stabbing himself, Sholian said. Then the holy light on his wound was... My own, Pei Ming said. Back then, I ascended as soon as I snapped him in half. I suppose that must have been when the light stained him, and it can't be cleaned away. Demon of the swift life-extinguishing blade, no, Ming Guang, started using his hand as a sword and began to slash at function. His expression was gloomy, like he was visualizing attacking Pei Ming himself. Sholian couldn't help but ask more about this whole thing. General Pei, why does your sword resent you so much? What did you do to it? What's the story behind the general who snapped his sword? Pei Ming felt around for his pill bottle. Some tragedy story from hundreds of years ago? What's the point in talking about it now? Let's find a way to beat him first. Although Roya formed a protection circle, half the array would collapse if function was cut down. It was similar to breaking the lock on a door. Sholian glanced behind him and saw that Hua Chang had entered a meditative state. His eyes were shut tight, and he seemed totally unaware of the outside world. Sholian was slightly reassured at the sight. Pei Ming's voice pulled him back. Your Highness, will your sword hold? Sholian turned back. I don't know. Function is old, after all. That's all right, Pei Ming said. Mingguang's pretty old too. Sholian sighed in relief. Then as long as he doesn't call for help, we should be able to hang on Before he could finish, heavy footsteps sounded from within the forest. A huge, burly, hideous man with dark skin appeared. The burly man wore broken leather armor and was abnormally tall. The moment they saw him, both Sholian and Pei Ming felt a drop of cold sweat drip off them. The burly man had noticed someone madly chopping at a sword with his bare hands and seemed to find the sight surprising, so he walked over to investigate. Sholian and Pei Ming both covered their faces with their hands and turned around. As for Mingguang, when he noticed the giant corpse approaching, who looked quite physically strong, he called out to him, "Hey, big guy, give me a hand! Help me knock away this sword and break the array! I'll split the heads inside with you!" But the burly man likely hadn't been a citizen of the Central Plains in his life, and he hadn't died a ghost of the Central Plains, which meant the language barrier... No way. Really? Really? He didn't seem to understand what had been said and shouted something incomprehensible in reply. The two shouted at each other for a while, but nothing was achieved aside from some new veins popping on both their foreheads. Pei Ming did his best to look natural and suave while keeping his face covered. "Your Highness, what's that brute yelling about?" he whispered. "He thinks your sword is trying to provoke him so he got mad. He's telling him to kneel and beg for mercy, lest he beat him to death," Sholian whispered back. "Oh, good," Pei Ming said. "I hope they start fighting each other soon." But the giant man heard their whispers and turned to stare, his brow wrinkling as he scrutinized them. Sholian and Pei Ming tightened the hands covering their faces, no longer able to care about appearing natural. But the burly man still recognized them. He stamped his foot, and the entire ground quaked with it. "It's you! Scrap collecting cultivator, Pei Shaw's boss." "Is it really? Oh no," he roared. Since they had been recognized, the two dropped their hands. After some hesitation, Sholian replied with forced warmth in the Banyu tongue. "General Cuo, please calm down." Seriously, before we even get to see Banyu again, we have to see Cuo? He is here? Alright then. Welcome back, General. Though I suppose it makes sense. So we are just gathering kind of all the Season 1 bosses now that we met in the Mount Tonglu arc. That's interesting. Now, here is the question, friend or foe? Because considering everything that happened, I am leaning foe. The peculiar burly man was Cuo, who had escaped his seal after Mount Tonglu's tremors aroused millions of ghosts. He had been captured initially by Sholian, and he'd seen Pei Ming later standing next to Pei Shaw during his trial. His eyes went red at the sight of his enemies, and he kicked at Function without another word. The blow knocked the sword off center by a few centimeters. Mingguang clapped and cheered and kept shooting out blast after blast. "Divine!" Seeing that Function was shaking harder and harder under their combined attacks, Sholian felt Hua Chang's forehead, but his hands shrank back from the heat. "What should we do?" Sholian needed to shield Hua Chang with the array and couldn't be distracted, and Pei Ming posed no threat at all to the weapon with which he shared such strange familiarity. Just then, they heard Mingguang cuss. "You bloody savage! Can you not smash where I'm smashing? You hit my hand!" Cuo ignored him completely. Noticing the friction between the two, Sholian grabbed hold of Pei Ming. "General Pei, Cuo won't believe that you mean him no harm and will keep coming after you. Quick, press the fingers of both your hands together, cross your wrists above your head, then press downward from your head before opening your arms. This is the hand gesture his people use to ask for truce. Either way, just show him your goodwill and make him stop for now." Pei Ming was bewildered. "Huh? You know full well that the resentment Cuo and Mingguang have for me isn't just some small misunderstanding. How could they be pacified with a simple hand gesture?" But Sholian paid him no mind and grabbed hold of him. "Come, do it with me to make him stop." Pei Ming's hand was injured. The corners of his lips tightened as Sholian grabbed him. Even so, he was about to do as instructed, but Mingguang had already heard everything they said. He leapt in front of Cuo Cuo, then crossed his hands over his head and slid his arms down before opening them. He smirked smugly at the two in the circle. As if I'd let you! Oh, is this a trick? Is this a trick? When Cuo Cuo saw that gesture, however, his eyes bulged, and thick veins surfaced on his dark skin. He opened his palm and swung his hand down like an iron cattail leaf fan, sending Mingguang flying through the air. As his slap flew, neither Pei Ming nor Mingguang understood what had happened. It was only a moment later that it dawned on Pei Ming, and he turned to Xianle. Your Highness, I thought Mingguang was cunning. I hadn't imagined you would be more cunning than him. I'm impressed. Xianle wiped away his cold sweat. It's nothing, much ashamed. You say so, Xianle, but this is at least the third time I've seen you do something like this, and I kind of like it. I enjoy this. Huachang mischievous? Did you mean the flower-crowned martial god? Although it seemed like his instructions were for Pei Ming, they were actually intended for Mingguang. When Mingguang overheard, he would obviously rush to show Cuo Cuo goodwill first and obstruct her plan. However, the gesture that Xianle described didn't actually really call for a truce. It was an insult. Indeed, it was the rudest provocation in Banyu culture. Like a combination of chop off your shitty head, fuck your wife, murder your whole family, and level your ancestors' graves. 4 power attacks all at once. How could Cuo Cuo not be outraged? Under any other circumstances, Mingguang might have been suspicious of Xianle's words, but because the situation was dire and Pei Ming had almost raised his arms, Mingguang didn't take the time to think carefully and was easily deceived. Mingguang snapped out of it when Cuo Cuo sent him flying. He wanted to fix the situation, but they still couldn't communicate, and his instinctive reaction was to yell, so it looked even more like he was cursing Cuo Cuo. He tried a few other hand gestures, like a thumbs up, but that was hardly convincing at that point. It simply looked like someone begging for mercy by faking goodwill after they just hurled the most malicious, vulgar abuse. It didn't feel sincere at all, and he got punched a few times for the effort. Cuo Cuo also knew some rough Central Plains profanities, and he swore as he struck, so Mingguang was starting to get angry himself. They continued to escalate, beating each other harder and harder. Pei Ming almost wanted to cheer them on. Mingguang glanced over, incredibly irritated. He waved a hand in front of Cuo Cuo, then he pointed at himself, then at Xianle and Pei Ming inside the circle, before doing that crossing hand gesture again. Cuo Cuo actually stopped and asked with a frown, "Are you directing that at me or them?" Oh no, Xianle thought, but didn't dare speak rashly. He couldn't be sure how to best influence Cuo Cuo. Seeing that there might be a way to turn this around, Mingguang tried harder. He turned to Pei Ming to repeat the gesture with a savage face, but when he turned back to Cuo Cuo, he immediately put on a calm expression, matching the emotions in his eyes to his repeated action. Cuo Cuo finally understood what he was saying. They had the same enemies. Oops. Yeah, okay, but maybe we've bought enough time. I think that was the whole point Xianle was trying to get through. In general, I think these last couple of pages is just introducing Cuo Cuo back into the story, and also, getting us to the point where Huachang is back and ready, so that we can handle this and see where we go from here. Once they were unified, Mingguang and Cuo Cuo came charging at the array once more. Xianle's mind whirled rapidly. He inhaled deeply, then hollered at the top of his lungs in the Banyu tongue, "General Pei Jr., Banyu!" Oh my god. At the sound of those two names, Cuo Cuo stopped abruptly and demanded sharply, "Are they nearby too?" Xianle didn't answer, just focused on shouting, "General Pei Jr., Banyu, Cuo Cuo is here! Don't come close! Hurry and run away and don't come back!" This naturally made Cuo Cuo think those two were nearby and that Xianle was telling them to flee. His fury flared. "As if I'd let you!" With that, he rushed off. "Hey, big guy!" Mingguang yelled. "What are you running for? He must be lying! Come back!" But Cuo Cuo was long gone. Mingguang stamped his foot in anger. "Dumbass!" Xianle wiped his cold sweat away for a second time and thought sincerely, "Learning another language is infinitely beneficial throughout your life." Wise words. This is like peak Xianle quote, top 10 for sure. Shout out to everyone watching this who speaks more than one language. Xianle approves. But yeah, I guess this means we're just kind of saying that Como is around, and that is probably going to be an issue still because he is really angry with Pei Sure and also Banue, and I'm guessing they are both going to actually appear in the Tonglu area as well. Seeing that Mingguang was about to attack Function again, he raised his hand. Stop! Keep this up and we won't be so nice. And how are you being nice to me now? Mingguang countered. Did you forget something? Xianle asked. Forget what? Pei Ming looked like he wanted to say something, but he stopped and pulled something out from behind him. How could you forget something so important? The object he dragged out was the legs of Mingguang's lower half. The moment Mingguang saw them, his expression froze. Huh? My lower body! This whole time, he'd been using his hands in place of feet, using his arms to prop himself up and jump around. It seemed he'd gotten used to moving that way without realizing it and had completely forgotten that he hadn't yet retrieved the rest of his body. While he and Como were fighting, Pei Ming took the chance to lead the circle and dragged his abandoned, immobile lower half into the boundary. You'd better not do anything unnecessary, Pei Ming threatened. The thing was, this threat was obviously very awkward. If the hostage were a complete person, Pei Ming could sink his fingers into their neck or skull while making such a threat. The resulting picture would be much more effective at showing that he wasn't bluffing. However, they only had the lower half of the man's body on hand. Where could his hands go that could still strike fear without being awkward? Pei Ming couldn't think of anything, so he simply stepped on one of the legs. Are you shitting me? Mingguang said. Xianle also didn't think this looked like much of a threat, and he courteously suggested, General Peng, stepping on my leg isn't terribly convincing. Can you maybe make him think you've got him by something more critical? Oh my god. Your Highness, don't say something like that so lightly, Pei Ming said. Do you think I'd choose to step on a leg if I didn't refuse to do something so classless? Why don't you come grab him where it hurts? What is this conversation? What is going on here? Gosh, this chapter is really so silly. And I understand that we're kind of dragging out the time, so again, that Hua Chang will heal, I suppose, become his real form so that we can keep going. But and at the same time, like, developing a little bit of Pei Ming's backstory and whatever is going to happen with him and Mingguang going forward. Like, I'm betting that we're going to be able to somehow use Mingguang to our advantage. Maybe even to form Pei Ming's spiritual weapon, to forge a spiritual weapon, since he doesn't have one. But right now, it's just so much, there's so much silliness. It's dragging a bit on, but I see kind of where we're headed with this, so I feel like it's fine. In the end, neither of them was willing to grab that critical place. Never mind, Xianle said. Then why don't we do this? After huddling up for a moment, they each grabbed one of Mingguang's legs. Now this definitely looked more threatening and less awkward. Please back off, Xianle demanded. Otherwise your true body might suffer further damage. Mingguang just sneered. Did you actually believe my lower half is useless? As soon as he spoke, Xianle sensed the murderous aura rapidly crawling up his arm. He immediately tossed away the leg in his grasp. General Pei, watch out! The seemingly dead lower half suddenly swung its legs and kicked out without warning. Pei Ming threw the limb in his hands just in time and avoided being struck when those swift legs churned up blades of wind. The lower half flipped itself around in the air and landed with a single knee on the ground, then slowly straightened until it stood upright. The moves were clean and impressive, and Xianle praised them in spite of himself. Nice! But then he immediately changed his tune. Not nice. Again, this is so silly. Not nice indeed. The protection circle that he had so arduously created was made to keep Mingguang out, but things had now become rather complicated. Even though Mingguang's upper half was still outside, his lower half was in. Pei Ming also realized this. We've been had, he muttered. Some nefarious creatures with bisected bodies could only move in one if one half was leading. and others could move both parts at will. They originally didn't know which class Mingguang fell into, but his lower half had been rigid as a corpse and moving even when stepped on, so Pei Ming had thought him to be the former, but it seemed he was only pretending that he couldn't move. Mingguang was clapping in mirth outside the boundary. "That's right! This is what they call inviting a wolf into your home and catching turtles in the pot." The three inside the circle each faced their own impairments. Huatong was meditating with his eyes shut tight. It was a critical moment in his struggle. Pei Ming's sword had long since been broken by Mingguang. Sholian's Fang Shen was acting as the lock to their protection array. The latter two had no weapons to wield. With no other choice, Sholian called, "Erming!" Erming to the rescue, let's go. Scimitar Erming had been lying on the ground like a scrap metal, but it instantly jumped up at Sholian's call and flew into his hand. Sholian gripped the hilt and swung. Mingguang's lower half raised a leg and kicked. While it blocked Sholian's strike, it was pushed back a couple of steps and almost fell outside the protection circle. His upper half watched from the outside, and its expression faltered, now looking rather wary. He clapped his hands, and the lower half returned to its true form, a verdant sword nearly a meter in length. It boiled with killing intent as it hung in mid-air. Sholian didn't usually use scimitars, but Erming was agreeable in his hands. I really enjoy this Sholian and Erming team up. This is I didn't know that I needed this, but I like it. I like it a lot. He was about to charge forth when Pei Ming spoke up. "Your Highness, not to panic you at a time like this, but your Huatong Jew seems to be having a little bit of trouble." Startled, Sholian whirled around. Sure enough, Huatong's brows were even more tightly knit, and the hands that made seals while resting on his knees were shaking. Noticing Sholian's distraction, the broken verdant blade seized the opening to lunge, but Erming slipped out of Sholian's hand on its own and blocked the broken sword mid-attack with a resounding clang. "Erming, please hold him off for a bit," Sholian called. Then he crouched in front of Huatong. "Why is he like this? What went wrong?" "Don't look at me, Your Highness," Pei Ming said. "I'm not as familiar with the Ghost King as you are." "Sanlang, can you hear me? Come out. Stop subjecting yourself to this." Sholian called out to Huatong. Mingguang shouted from outside the circle. "A little blade dares block my way?" During the previous exchange, the broken sword Mingguang and Erming had already parried countless times within the space of an instant, sending sparks flying. If this had been the normal scimitar Erming, it would have immediately gained the upper hand. But the shrunken Erming facing the longsword Mingguang really did look like a child getting beaten by an adult. Although it was ferocious, it simply wasn't long enough. Its abilities were unavoidably hampered. Things had gotten perilous a few times, and Sholian spared glances while keeping his focus on Huatong. "Watch out!" After he called out, Erming flipped and flashed, becoming a streaming silver whirlwind that successfully struck the broken sword. The Mingguang outside the circle gave a shout of pain. It must have been a substantial hit. "Good Erming!" Sholian praised. "Yes! Good Erming! Well done! Well done, Erming. Well done." Actually being more useful than your maker at the moment, too. Pei Ming spoke up. "Wait, Your Highness, I think it got bigger when you complimented it." Sholian looked closely. "Really? Seems like it," Pei Ming said. "Why don't you try again?" It was only some praise, no big deal. And so Sholian said, "Very well. Erming, listen closely. You're the handsome and carefree, cute and kind, clever and intelligent, gentle and determined #1 in the world." He trailed off, then stopped entirely. Pei Ming applauded enthusiastically. Outside the circle, Mingguang's expression was one of disbelief. He was as flustered as he was furious. "What kind of wicked spell is that? How come I've never heard of it before?" Indeed, with every word of praise Sholian sang out, Erming's blade grew a little bit longer. If it looked like a 10-year-old child earlier, then now it was a youth of 14 or 15. Oh, I love the parallels with Hong Honger and then the, soldier. And then, we're getting there. I think Erming growing is gonna, like once Erming is full size, that's gonna be when we have Huachang back home. The broken sword facing the now grown Erming was in trouble. It could only awkwardly move left and right, while Erming was growing swifter and more unpredictable. With the way this would end getting clearer, Mingguang made a hand seal. The moment Pei Ming saw, he called out, "No good! He's transferred all his spiritual powers into his lower half." Sure enough, the black aura surrounding the body of the broken blade explosively expanded in size. When Erming struck, it was bounced away by the black aura and plunged into the ground at a slant. Sholian hurried to pull it out. "Are you alright? Don't worry, watch this," Pei Ming said, then took Erming from Sholian's hands. Sholian was puzzled, but he suddenly felt cold on his skin. Whap! Pei Ming had pushed the scimitar into his face, the hilt touching his lips. Oh my fucking, are you for real? The silliness just went up like 15 levels because of this. Are you kidding me? Ellipse reply. Sholian removed Erming from his face. His lips were slightly numb from the impact of the cold silver, and he rubbed at them, baffled. "General Pei, is there a reason you did that?" "Of course, an excellent reason," Pei Ming said. "Your Highness, please look down." Sholian looked down and was struck, speechless. Erming had grown even longer. Are you for real? Are you for real? I didn't think the scene was gonna get any sillier, but now it's getting silly in the way I like. This is so dumb and so funny. Erming is canonically powered by Sholian pets and kisses. Wow. Mingguang couldn't hold back anymore, and he screamed at them from outside the circle. "What the fuck, and what wickedness is that? You might as well use all your tricks at once." "Truth to be told, I also want to know what caused this," Sholian said. Full of spirit once more, Erming stood tall and lunged at the broken sword Mingguang. Sword and scimitar battled relentlessly in the air. Sholian went back to check up on Huachang, and Pei Ming watched Mingguang, who was bent over, not far away. All of Mingguang's spiritual power had been transferred to the lower half that was battling Erming, so any threat from his upper half was greatly lessened. They all understood this, and Pei Ming rose to his feet to take him down. However, another series of heavy footfalls came running up at top speed. Cuo Cuo had returned. Oh my god. I really thought maybe we were just not gonna see him for a while and he was gonna pop back again whenever Ban Yue or Pei Shou shows up. I really think this is what we're headed for, but okay, I guess we're dealing with him. "Are you cunning Central Plain cultivators?" he cried hatefully. "You lied again. I hope you collect junk for the rest of your life. They weren't nearby at all." Sholian hadn't expected to keep Cuo Cuo away for long anyway, but he returned earlier than expected. And right at an inconvenient time, Mingguang was overjoyed, and he pointed at Feng Xin. "Big Eye, quick! Knock that sword over! Once the array is broken, the ones inside will be helpless." He didn't need to say anything. Cuo Cuo swung his hand down to chop, and Feng Xin was knocked 5 more centimeters. Another chop, another 5 centimeters, another chop, and Feng Xin fell. The protection array had finally been broken. The broken sword stopped fighting Erming and flew out of the circle, returning to Mingguang's side. It transformed back into a pair of legs, and Mingguang stitched his 2 halves back together. Okay, but that means we have Roya back in business as well, right? He leapt to his feet and patted Cuo Cuo. And also, Sholian is freer to fight. Actually, this might be better right now. He leapt back to his feet and patted Cuo Cuo, then pointed at Pei Ming, then at himself. He pointed at Sholian, then pointed at Cuo Cuo. Cuo Cuo understood and nodded. This meant they were splitting the prey. As Cuo Cuo walked toward Sholian, who was shielding Huachang, he cracked each knuckle on his iron slab fists. Mingguang stretched out his legs as he smirked. "Pei Ming, are you going to snap me in half again? Come, give it a shot." Pei Ming didn't speak. Mingguang sneered. "The general has snapped his sword. What a fine tale. The heavens are clearly blind if an incident like that could be turned into a beautiful story." "I never took it for a beautiful story," Pei Ming said. "Bullshit," Mingguang spat. "You know full well just how many you've killed. Brothers in arms, subordinates who followed you for years and years." Okay. We're getting into some darker corners of Pei Ming's lore as well. Meanwhile, Cuo Cuo had closed in on Sholian. Xianle gripped Erming tight. He wasn't afraid of Cuo Cuo, but he was worried that something could happen to Hua Chang if he was careless. Cuo Cuo noticed that his eyes were unfocused, like he was thinking. No need to come up with any more cunning tricks. I won't let you deceive me again. I wasn't lying to you, Xianle said. Banyu and General Pei Jr. really were nearby earlier, but they fled after I told them about you. Huh? Banyu, why are you here? Oh my gosh, is she really here? Do you take me for an idiot? Cuo Cuo raged. A foolish trick like this. Yet before he finished, a voice rang out from above him. Cuo Cuo! That was the Banyu tongue, and a very familiar voice. Cuo Cuo looked up and came face to face with a large bundle of something wine red falling on him from above. His face instantly dropped, and he hugged his head as he roared. Go away! It was a rain of those poisonous vipers found only in the kingdom of Banyu, scorpion snakes, and naturally the one who had flung them was the state preceptor of the kingdom of Banyu. Banyu leapt down from a tree and landed next to Xianle. General Hua! Xianle turned to Cuo Cuo. Xianle turned to Cuo Cuo. I told you, Banyu really is here. Cuo Cuo didn't listen to him, just continued roaring at Banyu. You threw them at me! You threw those scorpion snakes at me! You know I hate scorpion snakes, but you still threw them at me! Banyu crouched down. I'm sorry, throwing scorpion snakes is all I know how to do. Mingguang noticed that the situation was shifting and grew alarmed. Who's there? A shadowy figure leapt down from a tree and obstructed his path. The former deputy marshal guard, an official of the palace of Mingguang, Pei Shou. Oh my fucking god, seriously? I mean, I knew they were going to appear eventually, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. It happened within this same fucking chapter. A miraculous cavalry had arrived, and Pei Ming was dumbfounded. Little Pei, why are you here too? Banyu, weren't you with the Lord Rainmaster? Xianle asked. Pei Ming frowned slightly at the mention. Yes, Banyu replied. We came with Lord Rainmaster. Lord Rainmaster is here. Which I just remembered, that is also, that they also have a connection to Pei Ming. So yeah, this seems to be everyone who has a connection to Pei Ming have somehow connected parts. Yeah, so is this the now kind of like the Pei Ming subplot that is happening? Anyway, Rainmaster introduction soon? I'm hopeful. I mean, even Pei Shou showed up. I am so happy now, actually. Mingguang evaluated Pei Shou with a calculating eye. Your little Pei? I am, Pei Shou answered. Mingguang narrowed his eyes and glanced at Banyu. I heard you threw away your heavenly official status for a little girlie, he taunted Pei Shou. Pei Ming, didn't you always proclaim that brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes? Why is your descendant nothing like you? He doesn't even have a tenth of your eye for picking women. The state preceptor of Banyu looks like a little quail. What the hell? Did you get cheated on and wind up raising someone else's spawn all those centuries ago? Nothing but nonsense, Pei Shou stated, then shot a blast from his palm. Cuo Cuo leapt into the air, roaring. You are my sworn enemies! Hey, big guy, we're on the same side! Mingguang shouted. Cuo Cuo turned his head and saw Mingguang jump up and transform into a long, verdant sword that flew into his hand. Oh, okay. Cuo Cuo wielding Mingguang, okay. Cuo Cuo opened his large hands, his palms like iron fans, and clutched a hilt. A black aura exploded from his giant body. A menacing corpse taking up a demonic sword was like a savage beast growing venomous fangs. When Pei Ming tapped Xianle's face with Erming, it had given Xianle an idea. Although he couldn't quite understand why, he felt that maybe the same trick could help Hua Chang. Oh my god, Xianle. He would sneakily transfer some of his breath to him while no one was looking to see if it would bring him some relief. However, as the dire situation continued to unfold, he couldn't help but shout, Watch out! It was awkward for Pei Ming to join the fight, so Pei Shou and Banyu banded together to attack. One was sharp and direct, the other agile and unpredictable. However, form alone wasn't enough. Pei Shou had no spiritual power and Banyu lacked the brute strength. Cuo Cuo had both in spades, and they felt the strain as they continued to fight. After being berated by Cuo Cuo, Banyu was too embarrassed to throw any more scorpion snakes. Oh, come on, girl. Don't let his words get to you. Get those snakes out. Come on. But Peisho had no such concern and threw out snakes like rain. I forgot that Peisho knows how to do that. Enraging Como, the man roared ceaselessly in protest. It was only due to the protection of Mingguang's sword chi that none of the snakes dared approach. Despite all that, after watching the fight for a while, Sholian began to relax. This was because he could tell that Como and Mingguang didn't match well. Como grew up in the kingdom of Banyu and was used to wielding a mace. He was accustomed to large, heavy weapons, so he wasn't used to swords. Even though he possessed unimaginable strength and the weapon in his hands was incomparably sharp, he couldn't necessarily unleash their full potential as a pair, nor could he immediately learn the tricks of the trade. Thus, Sholian seized his chance and clapped his palms together in prayer toward Hua Chang. Oh my god, Sholian! Forgive me. However, Sholian felt frozen as he stared at Hua Chang's handsome, snow-white little face with its eyes shut so tight. Finally, he made up his mind and shut his own eyes to press close. Are you for real? But in his nervousness, he missed and ended up kissing Hua Chang's forehead. While it was light and gentle, his heart was crushed. A voice spoke up next to him. Your Highness, you're doing it all wrong. What's the use in kissing his forehead? Oh my god. Okay, the art is wonderful though. That's kind of cute with Pei Ming. You've got, that's still Erming in the back. I guess that's supposed to be Como. Okay, it's kind of cute with them like fighting in the back, and then we are kind of like in the front here, like trying to solve this issue, and Sholian is so flustered. Sholian! And don't go encouraging him, Pei Ming! Sholian almost fell over from shock. When he turned his head to look, Pei Ming was crouched next to him. Sounding unusually indignant and resentful, Sholian said, General Pei, can you not look? Pei Ming raised his hands in defense. All right, I won't look. Then he turned around to watch the ongoing fight instead. After observing for a while, he shouted to Como, You don't use swords like that. If you don't know how to wield a sword, then don't wield one at all. Naturally, Como didn't understand, but the Mingguang in his hands was all too eager to reply. Says the guy who snapped his own sword and can only stand around uselessly criticizing others. As he yelled, Pei Ming flew in and entered the brawl, landing in front of Como. Como swung the sword, but there was an incredibly crisp clang. The strike didn't hit anything. When he looked down, he was dumbfounded. The Mingguang sword in his grip had been snapped once again. Seizing this chance, Peisho hurled over another large wave of scorpion snakes. It was like he had spilled a huge vat of dye that covered Como in dark wine red from head to toe. He growled as he desperately tried to smack those slippery snakes off his body. Pei Ming, on the other hand, looked down at Mingguang. You know my techniques inside and out, and naturally, I know where you'd break the easiest. Banyu plummeted from the sky with 2 pots raised high. Without a word, she flipped the pots so their mouths were facing down and captured the shocked Mingguang and the roaring Como within them. And I guess that's the end of our battle then. With this, Sholian finally breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly remarking, More people definitely get things done faster. Banyu sealed the clay pots and shook them in her hands, pressing her ear close to listen for the echoes inside. Banyu, stop playing around, Sholian hastily chided. Put them away and be careful not to let them escape. Banyu nodded. She crouched in front of Sholian and looked at Hua Chang. General Hua, is this your son? Oh my god. Sholian smiled. Regrettably, he's not. Regrettably. Regrettably, this joke just keeps playing. This is sad. She's the first person who is asking if he is his son, though. But soon the smile fell from his face. Banyu gave an "oh" and said, I saw you kiss him earlier and thought he was. Fucking good thing it landed on his fucking forehead. Sholian covered his forehead with his palm, not wanting to bother explaining things any further. Banyu seemed to find Hua Chang rather adorable. She pulled at one of his little braids and commented on him with deep concern. He seems sick. Should I put him in a pot to help him recuperate? I felt better really quickly after I went into General Hua's pot. Pei Shuo finally walked over. No need, don't worry about him. His Highness will take good care of him. Oh, Banyu said. Pei Ming glanced at her. You're the state preceptor of Banyu. He stared down at Banyu, his disdain apparent. Shrouded in his shadow as she crouched on the ground, Banyu nodded. Intentionally or otherwise, Pei Shuo took a step forward to stand in front of her, but Pei Ming pushed him aside and approached her as if he wanted to scrutinize her more closely. When he was only about 2 steps away from her, Banyu's face changed color drastically, and she hurried to hide behind Sholian. It was like she couldn't get away fast enough, but judging from her expression, she didn't seem scared. Everyone was puzzled, but Sholian soon understood. General Pei, the ghost sent candy, he courteously hinted. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, you just somehow infused yourself with anti-ghost cologne. We need to remember that. Pei Ming blinked and his face turned a little dark. It seemed the ghost sent candy's perfume hadn't yet dissipated. Since Banyu was a female ghost, she couldn't tolerate that vulgar ghost chi and fled from the stink. Sholian snorted in spite of himself, but quickly schooled his expression. Why has Lord Rainmaster also come to Mount Tonglu? Where is he now? Why aren't you traveling together? Due to the agitation of ghosts, who is saying this? Wait, there's like a Pei Shuo. Okay. Due to the agitation of ghosts, large numbers of inhuman creatures swarmed toward Mount Tonglu. When they passed Yushi country, they captured some farmers to use as rations. At the time, neither Lord Rainmaster nor the Guardian Steed were present. Guardian Steed, okay, so the ox is definitely not the Rainmaster then. After learning of the incident, we've come in pursuit, Pei Shuo exclaimed. We were all traveling together at first, but on the way we heard your Highness calling for us in the Banyu tongue. We split off to come investigate. Sholian had simply been yelling random things due to the urgency of the situation and hadn't actually thought they were close by. He'd hit the mark by accident. And Yushi country looked like a small, quiet village from the outside, so it wasn't unusual for ghosts to pass by and stupidly try to grab people. Yeah, people who are under the Rainmaster's protection. Not a good idea. I couldn't find you in the mortal realm before, Pei Ming said with a frown. How did you end up with Lord Rainmaster? Don't tell me you were chasing after the state preceptor of Banyu. Pei Shuo lowered his head slightly. No, it was the Rainmaster who saved me. Ooh. So now Pei Shuo is owing the Rainmaster. This is I like the parallels of this situation with Pei Ming's previous descendant deputy person angering the Rainmaster, and now Pei Shuo being saved by the Rainmaster, thus owing them a debt. This is interesting. Pei Shuo had been wandering the mortal realm after his exile, and since he had the time, he smashed up a few of Qirong's little lairs. Irked by this, Qirong rustled up a gang of who knows what in an attempt to surround and destroy him. If Pei Shuo had still had his spiritual power, that rabble wouldn't have been able to harm him, but he now possessed a mortal body. So when he was attacked by hundreds of ghosts, he sustained injuries and was stuck in a difficult predicament. As he fought with all his might, hanging on by a thread, the Rainmaster happened to ride by on an ox and lent a helping hand. After the Rainmaster ensured that his identity and story checked out, Pei Shuo was taken to recover in Yushi country. Lord Rainmaster didn't give you trouble? Pei Ming asked, seeming astounded. Yeah, because that is he is not exactly welcome there. So yeah. So with their history, it seems that he is surprised that Pei Shuo would receive help. But that speaks more about Rainmaster's character, I suppose, than the situation at large. According to Shi Qingxuan, Yushi country and the palace of Mingguang had been at odds in the past. Hundreds of years ago, the Rainmaster knocked out Pei Ming's previous deputy general. It seemed Pei Ming didn't think the Rainmaster was the generous sort. No, Pei Shuo replied. Lord Rainmaster never gave me a bit of trouble. On the contrary, I received much support. Just then, an echoing voice sounded out. Rainmaster! Is the Rainmaster from the kingdom of Yushi? That's right, Sholian replied, without thinking. It was only after he responded that he realized the voice belonged to Ming Guang. Although he was locked in the pot, he was still listening intently to everything outside. He clicked his tongue at Sholian's answer. Pei Ming, you have slept with so many women, but that useless descendant is the best you can produce? He actually needed the protection of someone from the kingdom of Yushi to survive, and he is even speaking well of them. Honestly, each generation is only getting worse. Ha! Pei Ming looked a bit uncomfortable at his jeering. Sholian didn't understand the joke, or what was worth being angry about, same. So he asked Banyu in a whisper, Do you understand what he's saying? Not really, Banyu replied, but I think I heard Pei Shoguge say that before his general ascended, he was a general of the kingdom of Shuli? Making a note. Pei Ming, kingdom of Shuli, general. And I'm guessing the kingdom of Shuli and the kingdom of Yushi have some story together. Was there anything wrong with Pei Ming being a general from Shuli? Suli or Shuli? I'm gonna guess Shuli. There absolutely was, because as far as Shuli knew, the kingdom of Yushi had been flattened by the iron cavalry of the kingdom of Suli. Okay, so there's the connection. The kingdom of Yushi was destroyed by the kingdom of Shuli. Lord Rainmaster was the last ruler of the kingdom of Yushi, Banyu added. Oh, gosh. Lord Rainmaster, last leader, the last ruler even. So, okay. The threads are threading. I like this. Is this connected then? The princess slit her own throat. Because if the kingdom was overrun by another kingdom, as a royalty of that kingdom, if there was like no proper solution or room for diplomacy, yeah, you would slit your own throat, huh? Like, I don't know if that is what happened, but it makes sense. So I'm guessing that maybe this is connected. Okay. So my suspicion might come true then. No wonder Pei Ming always looked odd whenever the Rainmaster was mentioned, and no wonder the Rainmaster didn't hold back when disciplining that former deputy heavenly official. It seemed both parties held a long and ancient grudge. It must be known that heavenly officials considered it quite natural for the mortal realm's kingdoms to fight and annihilate one another. It was always the same old story being played out over and over, century after century, but it was often hard to let things go when their own turn came. It had to be vexing to be forced to stand in the same court as a man who had annihilated one's own kingdom, and be forced to watch said man cavort and strut around the heavens. Ooh. So is this part of it, why Rainmaster is not spending a lot of time up in heaven? Pei Shaw added a talisman to the surface of the pot, and Ming Guang's voice came to an abrupt stop. Why has the general come too? Pei Shaw asked. Isn't it so I can drag you back sooner? Pei Ming replied. Sholian remembered Huatong's words. It seemed this was a benefit Pei Ming had negotiated with Jun Wu when being dispatched to Mount Tonglu. Okay, so Pei Ming has volunteered for this and said he wants to join in on this in exchange for cutting Pei Shaw's sentence shorter. I see. Pei Ming patted Pei Shaw's shoulder. Since you're here, make me proud. If you perform well, perhaps you can return to the upper court early. The talisman on the pot in his hand burst into flames before Pei Shaw could answer. The imprisoned Ming Guang's fury was so hot that he burned it. Pei Ming, do you still remember what you said back then? Pei Shaw was about to add another talisman to shut him up, but Pei Ming stopped him. I've said too many things over the course of this lifetime. What are you referring to? Do you still remember your excuse when you killed all those men who had followed your command for years? Some people can be killed, some can't. Some things can be done, some can't. Sounding like you possess the heart of Buddha, forgiving of all. Ming Guang spat hatefully. And now? Do you think no one knows what despicable deeds your little Pei has done? Word has already spread, and here you are, trying to wipe his ass and help him hide his past? The brothers who followed you in battle from north to south deserve to die, but when it comes to your descendant, he doesn't? You toss away clothes once you've used them and break limbs after they've served their purpose. What? So your little pay is a gem and the rest of us are weeds? He roared furiously and mindlessly, but Pei Ming listened to the end. You're not Mingguang, he suddenly said. So this is not Mingguang. What? And I mean, the jealousy was really interesting though. But yeah, why would this? Yeah, okay. This could be. This is not the sword spirit. This is the spirit from someone who followed Pei Ming, because that's what he's kept repeating. This is not the first time he's mentioned these soldiers, the brothers that he's apparently killed. This is someone else. This is a human spirit that has a grudge towards Pei Ming then. Right? You're not Mingguang, he suddenly said. The pot instantly fell silent. A moment later, Mingguang's voice resounded once more. What bullshit are you spouting? Have you not witnessed that I'm Mingguang? Did you not see my form with your eyes? However, Pei Ming stated with conviction. No, you're not Mingguang. The voice inside the pot was grouchy. Then who else could I be? Pei Ming took the pot from Pei Shuo's hands, sounding sure in his response. I think you're Rongguang. When that name was said, the pot went completely silent. Pei Shuo's eyes widened slightly upon mention of the name. General Pei Jr., who is this Rongguang? Sholian asked. Pei Shuo snapped out of it, hesitating slightly before he answered. Before the general ascended, Rongguang was the deputy general who'd followed him the longest, and his most capable subordinate. And thus, Sholian finally learned the story of the general who snapped his sword. Okay, we're about to learn the story, but okay. So, not Mingguang after all, but Rongguang. So I'm guessing we're not gonna get... Well, I still think that we are going to get Pei Ming forging a spiritual device at some point. But I guess this might not have anything to do with it, because it's not the sword. It's not the sword Mingguang. It is one of the deputies that followed Pei Ming when he was immortal. Back when Pei Ming was still mortal, he was successful on the battlefields of both love and war. As a general, he was constantly victorious for decades, without a single defeat to his name. Naturally, his own courage and skill were to credit, but the support of his deputy general couldn't be ignored. The deputy general was named Rongguang. Rongguang was famous for cunning, deception, and manipulation. The two had very different personalities and styles, but they had known each other since they were young, and their collaboration was unexpectedly good. One in the light, one in the shadows. Their friendship spanned years and was made of iron. Pei Ming's sword, Mingguang, was a name they had come up with together, and was a combination of the pronunciation for Ming and Guang from their own names. Literally, you gave the sword a ship name. That is so funny. Friendship name, to be more specific, but you know. Pei Ming was good at fighting wars, and in a turbulent period of history, that was much more important than knowing how to make money or anything else. Naturally, he only continued to rise in rank. However, no matter how high he climbed, the position of general was the highest he could go. There might be endless honorable and esteemed titles added before the word general, but there would always be another sitting on his head. Before the king, he must bow and kneel. Pei Ming had no particular opinion on the matter. However, as he conquered city after city and the glory on his armor shone brighter and brighter, the troops under Rongguang's command grew restless. While Pei Ming never had so much pride that he forgot his roots and principles, his subordinates had swelled infinitely with it on his behalf. The worst offender was Rongguang. Since he was closer with the soldiers, it was extremely easy for him to fan the passion in their hearts, planting ideas in their minds of those former subordinates. General Pei deserves more than he's been given. General Pei is oppressed just as we are. The kingdom of Shuli needs General Pei to save it, and needs us to help him do it. They plan to invade the imperial palace of Xianle and declare Pei Ming king. Then having lead the elite troops to further greatness, towering over all as the strongest kingdom. They dreamed of the grand future that awaited once they flattened all 4 seas with their iron cavalry, a world unified under one nation. Unfortunately, Pei Ming himself had no interest whatsoever in becoming king. I see. Okay, I get it now. So everything that Ming Guang, aka Rong Guang, was spouting about is not exactly what happened. His greatest joy in life were fighting victorious battles and sleeping with beautiful women, and he didn't need to be king to accomplish either of those things. Besides, while the king of Xianle had no great achievements, he didn't do anything particularly wrong either, and Pei Ming knew that he might not do better if he took over. The potential for chaos had more drawbacks than benefits, so why bother with mutiny for no reason? And so Pei Ming skillfully thwarted Rong Guang every time he dropped his eager hints. But not only was Rong Guang unconvinced, he became more and more obsessed with every failed attempt at persuasion. Until finally, the soldiers resolved one day that they would revolt regardless and worry about the consequences after the fact. If the insurrection was successful, there was no way Pei Ming could back down from the position. Having listened to this point, Xianle was left speechless. Can you actually force that on someone, like ushering ducks onto a perch? Pei Shou saw his confusion and said, Rong Guang may not have truly wanted to crown Pei Ming king, but he needed to borrow the general's name to incite a revolt. He didn't have the level of prestige that the general did, so he might not have been able to earn the people's support if he raised his own flag. Xianle pondered this. That might not have been the only reason. They were using Pei Ming's name to put him on the throne, and with that banner raised, the man himself couldn't pretend not to know what was going on, and so he picked up his sword at once and led a small trustworthy troop of soldiers to rush the palace. It was the last battle of his life. And that was the end of chapter 78 in the middle of the Pei Ming lore. Goodness. But yes, we suddenly had like a whole cast ensemble. Let's have a look at the board, shall we? In fact, we need to maybe look at it a little bit closer. So the Mount Tonglu plot is happening, and we are already like collecting a lot of the cast over here. Cuo Cuo, unfortunately, is here. BANISHMENT just arrived, and as did Pei Shou. And the stakes of his performance here, and also Ming Guang, Pei Ming's performance in this whole thing, is that Jun Wu has promised to shorten his exile, or maybe even cut it short entirely, if he does well in this whole Mount Tonglu event. And turns out that our General Pei, General Ming Guang, is also in fact the general who snapped his sword. One of the 4 famous tales. The sword in question being snapped is the sword Ming Guang, from which he is apparently named General Ming Guang, and that was named with his, very good friend, I guess, if they decided to name this sword together. One of his deputies who since seemed to have turned on him, named Rong Guang. I've just decided that I don't need this picture of a Pei Shou as Aja anymore, so I'm gonna put that away. And guessing from where this tale is going right now, what I imagine has happened is Pei Ming had to fix this revolt that they were planning, and even though they were his comrades, he had to be the one to put them down. But I guess that because they were his comrades, because they were people who trusted him, Rong Guang obviously had a lot of resentment. He is around 800 years later. That is kind of impressive for ghosts. So that is a lot of resentment that he's held on to. So my theory on what happened is Pei Ming broke that sword because that is kind of like a symbol of that broken trust and their broken relationship with people that were his subordinates, but also people that, I mean, it seems like he had a sort of friendship with Rongguang. So that is why he eventually ended up breaking his sword, and then, you know, that became his ascension story. So that is, that's interesting. So Xianle, the kingdom of Xianle, was the kingdom in which General Pei was a general while he was immortal. And this was a kingdom that fought a lot of wars, and apparently also fought the Yushi kingdom, Yushi country, and led to its fall. And Rainmaster remembers this because they were the last ruler of the Yushi kingdom. So there's a little bit of animosity between the involved parties still, it seems. I guess we'll learn more about that as well. This makes me wonder as well. Xuanji was a general of an enemy nation. There is a small chance that she actually is connected to the Yushi kingdom, but she could also just be connected to any of the other kingdoms that Xianle apparently fought. And considering how Rainmaster was pretty newly ascended around the time Xianle was ascended, these were kingdoms that existed around the time that Xianle existed. So Xianle, Pei Ming, Rainmaster, and therefore also Xuanji, I guess, were all alive around the same century-ish. Again, we have no idea how far between certain events were, but there were definitely some closeness here, as in time period, in age on the timeline. Like, we're way before here. We're way before the start of our timeline here. Lingwen as well was working as a deputy official up in heaven, right? Under the name Nangongjie, which was also when the whole thing with Bai Jing happened. So this happened around the same time as well, or a little later. Probably again within the same century, and that is something to keep in the back of our minds. Alright, seems like we stumbled up on the Pei Ming plot, or at least the Pei Ming lore. We're getting more details about a lot of things, because we already knew that there were connections between the Rainmaster and Pei Ming, so we are kind of getting to explore that a little bit as well, and I hope we're getting more of that in the future now that we know that Rainmaster is here and might appear soon. And also, you know, the little team up with Banyue and Pei Shou as well. That has been happening. I'm pretty happy about that. I completely forgot that Pei Shou knew how to use the scorpion snakes as well. So exciting times all around. But yes, these couple of chapters are really, you know, setting up the problems that we are going to be facing. All the side characters and their motivations and their agencies are being kind of set up around the Mount Tonglu quest. And that's fine. We have a huge cast of characters and we have been expecting them to get back. And so we have put Huachang in this situation where he is actually not doing or saying anything. And I guess that was needed so that the other characters would have some time to talk, shine. So he's in the situation where we are currently protecting him. Xianle has been protecting him and also considering trying to figure out how to make him revive more quickly. I was very nervous there for a second. But we're all good, we're all good. Ming was the breakout star of this show. That was my favorite part of this whole chapter, was Ming. Though yeah, I do enjoy getting to learn about the other characters, but I also know that this is kind of like, again, the setup before we're getting back into, you know, the actual plot of discovering Mount Tonglu, and eventually, hopefully, getting to the kiln and getting to learn more about Huachang's past and his side of things. That is what I'm anticipating, that is what I'm waiting for. So all of this is kind of like a bit like, oh, I've got to get through this so that I can learn more about Huachang. This is what I wish for, this is what I'm hoping for. So while a lot happened in these last couple of chapters, not a lot happened in the main quest, aside from us slowly letting Huachang recover from his chibi form, I suppose. I really do wish a little bit more happened, and the next chapter is so long as well. 26 pages, it's just a little bit shorter than this one then. But I am seriously considering getting through it. My voice is, again, like a little dry today. But you know, if I really am getting sick, I would like to have read like a good chunk of this so that by the time I recover, I'll have edited and posted this video, you know what I mean? So how about I get some warm tea, something to drink, and then I'll try for the next chapter as well. Because I really wish that even more happened in this read through, and even though I've read 60 pages, most of it has been about learning more about Pei Ming and Pei Ming lore. And while I adore Pei Ming, don't get it twisted. I just wish more happened with our main quest and our main characters. More than Xianle almost convincing himself that maybe he should CPR Chibi Huachang. I am so glad we did not get there. I'll be right back with that tea. Tea acquired. Let's get the board back into place. And with that all out of the way, let us roll into Chapter 79. Panic left and right, east or west road, undecided. So we're just confused about where we're going, I guess. Did General Pei win or lose? Xianle asked. Won and lost, Pei Shuo answered. All the insurgents died by Pei Ming's sword. There were many of his former subordinates among them, men who he'd shared decades of friendship with. Pei Ming had always used the sword Mingguang to fight by their side. Now it was the weapon he used to butcher them. As the slaughter was coming to an end and the results of the battle were clear, it was unsurprising that the king of Suli ordered for the injured, nearly immobile Pei Ming to be surrounded and charged with treason. Pei Ming was good at fighting wars, but legal battles were never his strong suit. He had clearly been fighting for and defending the throne, but in the end, he only earned a declaration that he should be put to death. Pei Ming held a pot in his hand. While he heard what Xianle and Pei Shuo were discussing, he didn't have the energy to care. I should have known it was you. This is very much your style. Rongguang's resentment must have possessed the broken sword that had been so thoroughly dyed in the blood of millions. He'd connected with its bitterness, which had allowed him to survive this long. Okay, so it is the sword then. Rongguang and the sword kind of became the same. Alright. However, the voice inside the pot was cold. Your brothers are long dead. I'm nothing but a sword. Xianle knew that he might never admit to it, and that continuing to question him would be fruitless. Never mind, General Pei. Pei Ming nodded and returned the pot to Pei Shuo. Thus, they subdued two particularly nasty ghosts. Setting aside everything else, this could be considered a good start. General Pei and I will continue further toward Mount Tonglu, Xianle said. Banya, how about you two? Will you go and find Lord Rainmaster? Lord Rainmaster has already gone ahead to chase the evil creatures who kidnapped the farmers, Pei Shuo said. To catch up, we'll need to head in the same direction as the General and Your Highness, so we're willing to join you and assist. Okay, so our party has expanded. Pei Ming snapped out of it and knitted his brows slightly. Then we'd best hurry. The ruler of GUOSHI isn't a martial god, and the road ahead is likely full of dangers. And so, Xianle picked up Huachang. Banya tucked the two pots away, and the party hastily made their way deeper into the dense woods. Since they were still situated on the outer edges of Mount Tonglu territory, they didn't run into any impressive characters. Most were nothing but weeds. They weren't interested in picking pointless fights, so they ignored the rabble. Some of those weeds were foolish enough to challenge them, but they were quickly scared away by Banyu and Pei Shuo's scorpion snakes. After a day of journeying, they finally emerged from the forest and reached the second layer of Mount Tonglu. Here, the trees gradually became sparser, the roads grew progressively wider, and there were more traces of habitation. Xianle even saw a broken-down, blackened little house on the side of the road, an exceedingly bizarre sight in an isolated land. How are there houses here? He couldn't help but wonder. Banyu and Pei Shuo both shook their heads to indicate they also didn't know. I'm afraid that's something you'll have to ask the Lord Ghost King in your arms, Pei Ming replied. The same thought crossed Sholian's mind as soon as he asked the question. Had Hua Chang been awake, then he'd surely have the answer. He glanced down. Hua Chang's unusually hot body temperature was gradually cooling, but his eyes were still tightly shut. Sholian couldn't help but worry. Your Highness, we're about to enter the next layer, Pei Ming reminded him. The things we'll run into further ahead will be even more powerful. Shall we take a break and wait for Hua Changju to wake? The group had come to a fork in the road. One path headed east and the other headed west. Sholian contemplated, then stated his decision aloud. The night has deepened. Let's camp here for now. After traveling for a day, it was high time to rest, to focus on protecting Hua Chang and helping him recover. Yeah, so there is habitation here, meaning that either between, bouts of Mount Tonglu opening, I suppose, maybe even people settled here at some point, or this is like ghost settlements, because we know that Ghost City kind of was created by Hua Chang in a sense. So maybe, there were other ghost cities before, and maybe this is like one of them. That could be an interesting theory. But yeah, we need Hua Chang to wake up so he can tell us the answers. That's good, Banyu spoke up. Peisho Gogo also needs rest. Only then did the group remember that Peisho was mortal at the moment and required both rest and sustenance. He had been silent about his discomfort throughout the whole trip. The cursed shackles on Sholian's body meant he had similar needs, but his worry for Hua Chang had pushed any other thoughts from his mind. Okay, so in what we're learning now is that the cursed shackle, banishment, makes gods feel mortal. But Sholian was not mortal even when he was banished. However, in Peisho's case, it seems he is mortal right now. I don't understand the mechanics of this just yet. Or maybe Sholian was mortal, but he was immortal. As in, he couldn't die even though and he didn't age even though he was mortal in every other sense, while he was banished that second time, I suppose, and maybe even that first time. Anyway, they are both in need of rest and water and food, is what we're saying. The group stopped at the fork in the road and set up camp. Banyu started a fire, and Peisho went hunting. Seeing that everyone was busy with their own matters, Sholian stared at Hua Chang's face again. A moment later, instinct made him whip his head around, and sure enough, Pei Ming was watching the two of them. They stared at each other, and Pei Ming huffed a dry laugh. Fine, I'll go away. No, it's fine, Sholian said. It wasn't like he was thinking of doing anything unfit for the public. Why did Pei Ming have to make it sound like he was sneaking around? Just then, Banyu walked over, holding a pot. General Hua. Sholian and Pei Ming both turned to look. What is it? Sholian said. Banyu showed them a terrified wild chicken that was tied up and stuffed inside the pot. Peisho Gaga caught this for me to cook, but I don't know how. Oh no, don't let Sholian do it. We're not gonna have food tonight. After Peisho had finished hunting, he left the scouty area. Pei Ming seemed dissatisfied with Banyu no matter how he looked at her. Aren't you a girl? He berated her presumptuously. Oh my god, the misogyny coming out. Fighting and killing things all day, never mind not bothering to paint your face. How come you don't even know how to cook? Sholian and Banyu were both speechless. Agreed. Banyu wasn't a delicate girl raised in a normal household, and she hadn't a clue of how Pei Ming judged beauty. She couldn't understand his comments and was left quite puzzled. As for Sholian, he had pretty much figured Pei Ming out by now. He was simply impossible when it came to women. Like, yeah, please. I guess that is supposed to be like Pei Ming's failing character trait. He doesn't know how to treat women like people. Put it down, Banyu. I'll teach you, Sholian said. Oh no. Banyu already had great faith in him, so she happily followed his instructions. An instant's time later, Sholian was plucking the colorful feathers from the wild chicken, and Pei Ming was staring at his own blood-smeared hands. There could be some new famous tales now. The chicken-killing general and the feather-plucking crown prince, he lamented. Shirley had watched him kill the chickens with his bare hands. It had been a bloody and grimy sight. General Pei, couldn't you have used a knife or something? It would have been cleaner. Is there one lying around? Pei Ming retorted. As soon as he spoke, they both glanced at the 2 pots sitting on the ground. Rong Guang seemed to have noticed the 2 peculiar looks, even from inside his prison, and the pot shuddered violently. Yeah. Perfect for killing chickens, this one. Get out of here, scram far away. Careful, I might just smear venom on my blade and poison you all. They hurried away. Once they were sure the pot couldn't hear them, Pei Ming shook his head and said to Shirley, and he keeps denying it. He's always had that temper. It's him for sure. Shirley had heard Rong Guang cussing ceaselessly at Pei Ming, and he had long since developed an odd sense of sympathy. Yeah, this Rong Guang and Qi Rong are very, very similar characters. I understand completely. I've been thinking this, and I just voiced it just before Shirley decided that we were going to talk about Qi Rong now. I understand completely. I have a little cousin who's somewhat like General Rong. He knows more curse words, but he doesn't know how to do much other than spew them. At least Rong Guang could help Pei Ming fight battles. If Qi Rong was to help Shirley fight, he'd ruin Shirley long before he had the chance to be killed by the enemy. Pei Ming seemed to have imagined what Rong Guang would be like if he couldn't fight, just cuss, and he earnestly remarked, "That's honestly terrifying." Shirley threw a fully plucked wild chicken back into the pot, filled it with water, and started cooking it atop the fire. Every now and then, he'd toss in some wild fruit or herbs for flavor. Ban Yue copied him and tried very hard to find something that looked edible to stuff into the pot. Pei Ming didn't understand what they were doing, but he didn't see any glaring problem since he'd never entered the kitchen himself. He helped by adding firewood to the campfire. Your Highness, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. It's never been an appropriate thing to ask since we haven't had more than a passing acquaintance. It was true that they'd never been close. Shirley's early impression of Pei Ming was that he was a skilled martial artist, but a villain and a womanizer. They'd even faced off against each other more than once. Now that they'd crossed paths a few times, his opinion had changed without him realizing it, and their relationship had grown somewhat friendlier. By all means, General Pei, please ask. You've been banished twice and bear 2 cursed shackles on your person, Pei Ming said. Oh my gosh, are we getting Shirley lore? Go off, come on! You could have asked the Emperor to remove them after you ascended the 3rd time, so why didn't you? Very good question. Is this some sort of self-imposed punishment then? Shirley watched as Ban Yue scrunched her face up in deep thought. She then brightened up and cheerfully pulled out a few long, wine-red scorpion snakes to put into the bubbling pot. Don't put the scorpion snakes into the pot. Then, General Pei, I've also got a question I want to ask you, he replied, appearing unperturbed. Please, Pei Ming said. After you snapped Mingguang, why didn't you forge a new spiritual sword? Shirley asked. Trading questions for questions, then. Pei Ming raised his brows. What an unpleasant question. Shirley matched his expression. Likewise. The 2 shared a chuckle. Suddenly Pei Ming said, I never thought it was a beautiful story. I get it, Shirley said, and I really think he does. Gosh. He was about to elaborate when there was movement behind him. He sensed something and looked back. Sanlang? Hua Chang! Sure enough, Hua Chang had sat up. Surprised and delighted, Shirley went over to help hold him up by the shoulders. Sanlang, you're awake. You seem bigger. Before, Hua Chang had looked like he was only a little older than 10, but now he appeared to be at least 13 or 14. When he spoke, his voice had changed from that of a child to a teen's, slightly a raspy tone. Yes, thank you, Gaga, for giving me relief. What a joyous occasion, Pei Ming commented. No need to thank me, Xianle replied, trailing off as he realized that he had said the word relief. His smile froze, and he wondered to himself, that doesn't mean what I think it does, right? A moment later, Hua Chang grabbed his shoulders. Your Highness, listen to me, he said darkly. Something is rapidly approaching from the east. You must get out of its way. Okay, so you're just waking up to let us know that we're in fucking danger, is that it? We haven't even cooked yet. We aren't finished cooking. I mean, the stew is already a mess, but Xianle was taken aback. They both looked to the east, like they could see through the endless black night and spot any figure skulking in the darkness. Although Xianle didn't sense anything, still, he said, Very well, we'll leave. Where to? Pei-Ming asked. The road only forked into two paths, and Xianle said, The west. Banue grabbed the pot that was cooking over the flames, looking like she planned to bring it along. Peisho Giga hasn't returned yet. Just as she spoke, a shadow came hurrying from the road to the west. It was Peisho, who had returned from scouting. General, don't go down this road. There's a large group of nefarious creatures coming this way right now. How many? Hua Chang demanded. Peisho was momentarily stunned when he noticed that Hua Chang was the one who'd asked. Judging by the ground tremors, at least 500. A martial god would never consider retreat unless there was absolutely no other choice. Do we go west or east? Pei-Ming demanded. West, Hua Chang said with conviction. Xianle also replied. West. For some reason, although there were more ghosts coming from the west and not a single shadow in the east, Xianle's instincts told him that the west was the safer choice. I mean, if Hua Chang said so, then yes, that is the safer choice. So we do have a big one coming though, and that is important to remember, I guess. This is going to be our next hurdle. Without further ado, the group hurried on their way. Xianle was originally prepared to kill without hesitation if they ran into any roaming hordes. Yet he hadn't spotted a thing even after running for several kilometers. He couldn't help but find it strange. General Pei Jr., where and when did you hear that over 500 ghosts were approaching? Not far from here, Peisho said. They were only a few kilometers behind me at the time and moving with great speed. And this is very strange, Xianle commented. Well, the mountains are moving though in this area, right? Right? So maybe that's it, the mountains are moving? The group was running westward, and the horde of 500-some ghosts was rushing eastward. Both parties were moving quickly, so they should have run into each other by now. So why wasn't there a single ghost and not even any commotion? Little Pei wouldn't have heard wrong, Pei-Ming said. Maybe they went back the way they came. I don't think that's likely, Peisho said. Their pace really was extremely fast. It sounded as if they were running for their lives, Hua Chang said. Suddenly, Xianle stopped in his tracks. And not just him, the entire group stopped. Just ahead of them, a field of corpses was blocking their way. Of those corpses, some were beasts and some were men, their bodies in all shapes and sizes. There were even battered souls, wisps of black smoke and ghost fires floating in the air. It was an exceedingly chilling sight. Xianle crouched to check. They really were running for their lives, they just didn't succeed. When Peisho heard this horde's approach, he'd turned back to inform Xianle and the others, and right after he left, something had chased them down and killed them all at once. This is the work of one person, Hua Chang said. Xianle nodded in agreement. If the clashing parties were both great in number, the kill wouldn't have been this clean, and the battle wouldn't have ended so straightforwardly. Killing over 500 nefarious creatures in such a short period of time, the perpetrator of this massacre was doubtlessly stronger than Demon of the Swift Life-Extinguishing Blade. It seemed this was another one they should keep an eye on. I hope Lord Rainmaster didn't choose this path, Banue said, holding her soup pot. I love how she's just walking around with the soup pot though. So question, are there two very nefarious creatures now, or is this the same one? It must be two, right? Two different ones. And I mean, we do have some candidates that could be it. I guess, like most likely, I kind of feel like if Lingwen is here with Baijing, that might be one, because we know that Baijing was really powerful. But what does this mean for the whole competition then? Because Lingwen is an ascended god, like she wouldn't be able to participate in the ghost tournament anyway. But would Baijing grow stronger? Could Baijing possibly even regain form as a human and become a ghost king? Even though he's kind of possessed his burlap sack. This is interesting, but we don't know yet what kind of motivations the Brocade Immortal might have. No need to worry, my lord has the guardian steed, Peishor said. Just then, Sholian heard a strange clacking noise from not far away. When he went over to look, he found a skull whose jaws were chattering. The noise was coming from it. When it realized it had been discovered, it cried out in terror. Mercy, I'll never come again. I want to go back. I want to go home. Sholian cupped it in both hands and spoke to it gently. Don't be scared. We're only passerby. Can you tell us exactly what happened here? The skull's jaws continued to chatter as it bit out a reply. You're passerby? Don't go any further onward. There's someone really scary ahead, counting us. He's already killed over 1,000 ghosts and he's still dissatisfied. He's still... Over 1,000. That was far more than they'd imagined. Who is it that you speak of? Sholian said. Do you know his name or his moniker? Or what he looks like? No, the skull said. I didn't get a clear look. It didn't take long for him to kill us. I only faintly saw that he was a man clad in black, very young, his face very pale. Sounds a bit troublesome, Peiming said. Your Highness, Hua Chengju, are you sure we should be heading westward right now and not east? The skull heard that and shrieked. The east won't do either, not the east. What's wrong with the east? Sholian said. We didn't dare go east, which was why we chose the west, the skull said. On the road to the east, there's a young man dressed in white who has killed over 2,000 ghosts in a single day. He's far more terrifying than the one in the west. Over 2,000. Everyone's expressions stiffened. Sholian glanced at Huazhang. It seems the west road was the right choice. The skull sighed through its chattering teeth. Either road is a mistake. There is no path to take. Indeed, for normal little minions, either direction was oblivion. East or west, they would be crushed easily, no matter which road they chose. In the end, they would be blown to smoke and become someone's fertilizer. After howling a few more dry wails, the ghost fires in the skull's empty sockets gradually went out. Sholian gently placed it down on the side of the road. Sandang, do you know what the creature in the east is? Can't be sure right now, Huazhang replied, but it's coming this way. Under the current circumstances, I don't recommend we face it head on. This one to the west is a little easier to deal with. Sholian nodded. Very well, then we'll continue westward. Okay, so we have the dark-clad young man with the face. That could be Lingwen. That could be the Lingwen who is possessed by, who is dressed in the Brocade Immortal. As for the man in white, suspicious, very suspicious. And we're supposed to think this is very suspicious, of course, but yeah, I am super suspicious, goodness me. The group crossed through the field of corpses and hurried on their way. They traveled all night, but never encountered the black-clad man the skull spoke of, nor did they see any trace of the Rainmaster. Sholian couldn't help but start to worry. As they journeyed on, the houses and buildings alongside the road increased in number. Soon, they could even recognize general locations. These were the city's impoverished slums. This was the theater house. This was a general store. This was the courtyard of a wealthy household. The road beneath their feet had been paved by human hands, and the patterns of the bricks could still be faintly seen. This had once been a prosperous little town, but it was now empty of the living, strangely desolate, and deafeningly quiet. There was an old well by the roadside, and when they pulled up water, it was relatively clean, so the group decided to rest there for a while. Sholian and Peishor both drank some water and took the chance to wash their faces. When they looked up, They were greeted by the sight of Banue coming their way. Okay, so we're encountering more of these houses, and hopefully now we're gonna get someone actually talking about them. Huachang. Banue had held onto the black clay pot the entire time and had been waiting for them to finish. General Hua, Peisho Gaga, eat something. All right, thank you for the trouble, Peisho said. Oops, Peisho's gonna be out of commission then. Don't do it, Peisho. Everyone's worked hard traveling today. Let's all give this a try, Xianle said. No. The group gathered around, but their faces froze the moment Banue opened the pot. Although smell was something colorless and formless, it was as if some mysterious, tangible force had twisted the air around the mouth of the pot the moment Banue removed its cover. The group stared into the pot for a long time. Their eyes reflected an endless, bottomless darkness. It was as if they were about to be pulled into the abyss. No words could describe the sentiment expressed on their faces. A moment later, Xianle patted Banue's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Not bad. It's good for a first attempt. Oh my gosh, thank you for being so encouraging, Xianle. Pei Ming looked at them in disbelief. It's her first time, but is it your highness's first time too? If I recall correctly, you made her follow your every step and you did more than her. I knew something didn't seem right with what you two were doing. So it wasn't just my imagination. Huachang spoke up. Is that right? Well, since Gaga made this, I gotta try it. Pei Ming and Pei Shou's heads both jerked to look at him. Their eyes were full of awe, terror, respect, and other such emotions. Gaga, what's this dish called? Huachang asked. Xianle lightly cleared his throat. Toppled phoenixes. Oh my god, because of the chicken. It has a footnote though. Toppled phoenixes, an idiom that means either the world is ever changing or to mess around sexually. Oh my gosh, good name, Huachang earnestly complimented and reached into that infinitely dark pot. The way Pei Ming and Pei Shou watched him, it was like they were anxious. He was going to be swallowed whole by the pot. However, Huachang calmly and easily took out a small burnt piece of something that resembled a broken corpse and serenely placed it in his mouth. How is it? Pei Ming asked. Tastes like its name, Huachang said. Pei Ming turned to Pei Shou. His expression was unreadably complicated. It was made for you. Enjoy. ... Pei Shou commented stoically. His face expressionless, he took the pot from Banue's hands and reached inside. Xianle used the cold well water to wash his face again and fixed his hair, then turned away from the others. He surveyed their surroundings. How come this place has so many traces of settlement, even though it's so isolated from the rest of the world? Could the area within Mount Tonglu actually be habitable? He had already asked this question the day before, but there was no one who could answer him at the time. Now, there was. It was habitable, but that was a long time ago, Huachang replied. Let's go, lore drop. Convenient lexicon Huachang back at it again. Mount Tonglu's territory is the size of 7 cities, spread out far and wide. These houses are the remains of historical cities and towns from an ancient kingdom. As we get closer to the kiln, you'll see more relics and more prosperous sites. Xianle believed him, without a doubt. I see. Just then, Pei Ming's voice came from behind them. Little Pei, what are you doing? Men don't kneel so easily. Get up. Well, I am sorry, General Pei, but this is, trust me, this is a medical emergency. Xianle didn't turn around. What's the name of this ancient kingdom? Sandang, do you know? Huachang didn't turn around either. His hands were clasped behind him. The kingdom of Wuyong. The kingdom of Wuyong. Your Highness! Your Highness! Do you have an antidote or something? You can't just kill someone and not bury the body. And you! Pei Ming admonished Banue. Is this how you cooked for him? What's with this snake? It's still moving, even after it's been cooked for so long. Is it a spirit now? Oh my gosh, this happening in the background. Well, they're just ignoring it. I mean, as they should. We need to learn more about the kingdom of Wuyong, so I couldn't care less about what is happening to Pei Shou at the moment. Banyu seemed to be ceaselessly kowtowing in apology. I'm sorry. It indeed turned into a spirit. I didn't know how long a spirit would need to be cooked for. I'm sorry. Julian propped up his cheek with one hand in thought. I'm ignorant and ill-informed. I don't recall ever hearing this particular kingdom's name. How ancient is it? However, as soon as the words left his lips, he wasn't so sure anymore. Wuyong. It did sound foreign without context, but when he thought deeply, he felt that he had heard someone utter that name a long time ago. Okay. The details aren't clear, Hua Chang said, but it must predate the kingdom of Xianle. It's likely at least 2,000 years old. At least 2,000 years old? Alright. Julian scanned their surroundings. These buildings don't look like they're millennia old. Naturally, Hua Chang replied. Mount Tonglu's perimeter isn't open most of the time, so it's like they're sealed in a massive mausoleum. Since they're isolated from the outside world, they of course remain in a pristine state. Julian bowed his head and grew pensive. Pei Ming finally left Pei Shuo to his own devices and came over. Lord Ghost King sure knows everything, but isn't this information a little too wild to believe? Might I ask what your source is? I've never heard a single word about this on the outside. Hua Chang didn't look at him. And might I ask General Pei something? What kind of person could enter Mount Tonglu to gather this sort of information? Logically, any ghost could, Pei Ming said. But if they wish to obtain a wealth of valuable information, they would have to gather it over a considerable amount of time, and taking Mount Tonglu's rules about slaughter into consideration, your source would have to be a powerful individual. And after gathering that information, what kind of individual could emerge from Mount Tonglu? Hua Chang asked. They would have to be a supreme ghost king, like my lord, Pei Ming said. So I gathered the information myself, and there won't be any words spread for you to hear if I'm not the one saying them. Hua Chang finally turned his head to look at him, and his tone turned slightly mocking. Perhaps for a heavenly official of the upper court, keeping a secret is more difficult than passing a heavenly tribulation, but that is not the case for me. Oh my god. The slander, Hua Chang, the slander. I mean, fair, keep it up. He wasn't wrong. If a heavenly official in the upper court had stumbled upon knowledge of such importance, not even 2 hours later it would have spread to excited and open discussion in every spiritual communication array. Yet Hua Chang had kept this under wraps for centuries, never selling it to anyone or boasting about it. It showed the magnitude of his ability to play things close to his chest. I get it, Pei Ming said. It appears that when it comes to His Highness, Hua Changju is all-knowing and will tell him all that he wishes to learn. That's not right, Julian suddenly said. Everyone turned to look. What isn't? Julian had been thinking hard for a while, and now his right hand folded into a fist and lightly tapped his left palm. I said that I hadn't heard the name Wuyong before, but I was wrong. I have heard that name. Hua Chang became a little serious. Gogo, where did you hear of it? Julian turned to address him. When I trained at the Royal Holy Temple of Xianle in my youth, my master was the state preceptor. When he first took me in as a disciple, he told me a story. It wasn't actually a proper story. It was more like he was trying to instill some grand, glorious, legendary imagery in Julian's young mind. Once upon a time, there was an ancient kingdom. In that kingdom, there was a crown prince who was ingeniously talented, intelligent, and clever. He was skilled in both martial and literary arts. He was a scintillating character, the kind that would only appear once in history. He loved his people, and his people loved him. Even long after he died, his people never forgot him. My child, I hope you will become a person like him, the state preceptor said, solemn and tender. Young Julian had sat there poised and proper, and he said without thinking, I don't want to become a person like him. I want to become a god. Oh my god. Well, succeeded, I guess. If that crown prince was really as amazing as you say, how come he didn't become a god? Young Julian went on. Ellipse reply again. If the people really never forgot him, then how come I've never heard anyone speak of this crown prince before? Young Xianle continued. I love the three cases of this. And like, I love that in retrospect he knows what Minion Cheng was trying to do, but Xianle still saw that he had never intended to be provocative or rebellious when he raised those questions. He was genuinely curious and looking for answers to his queries. However, when the state preceptor heard him, his face turned quite the shade. Why could Xianle recite Tao Te Ching forward and backward as if it were a simple feat? Because the state preceptor made him transcribe Tao Te Ching 100 times that night. To do good by its name and cultivate both the body and mind. Xianle sincerely suspected that if not for his status as the Honorable Crown Prince, the state preceptor might have had him kneel on nails as he wrote. In any case, every word of the Tao Te Ching was deeply burned into Xianle's brain after that incident, and the faint impression of the Crown Prince of Wuyong also remained. Alright, Crown Prince of Wuyong. And apparently, Minion Cheng knows the story, and it is not a story that is widely spread, because that is the only place Xianle has ever heard it, and Pei Ming never heard about it either, and he was, around conquering other kingdoms around that time, so very, very old. About 2,000 years old. The only characters we have at the moment that are older than 800-ish is the Emperor himself. Jun Wu is like 1,000-something years old, right? So he is the only other person who might have information about this then, that I can think of right now. So then maybe Ling Wen would also know. So if Ling Wen shows up here, we might actually learn something more about the Kingdom of Wuyong. But it is very suspicious that the state preceptor of Xianle knew about this place. And also he was telling the story to Xianle when he was very young, apparently to try to instill some sort of great mission in him. A crown prince that was very loved by his people even after he died. Okay. Xianle had always enjoyed reading, but he had never come across records related to the Kingdom of Wuyong in any old scrolls. Okay, I like that information though. So Xianle is a reader. He has always liked reading. 500 bookshop AUs incoming. So he figured the story was something the state preceptor had fabricated on the fly to educate him, or perhaps the state preceptor had played too many games of cards and mixed up some of the details. However, he didn't feel the urge to blow his cover, nor the urge to copy Tao Te Ching another 100 times, so he didn't take it seriously nor to heart. Your Highness, it sounds like the state preceptor of your Xianle had quite a background and was very knowledgeable, Pei Ming said. Might I ask what happened to him? Yeah, we actually do not know, huh? That is also very suspicious, actually. After some hesitation, Xianle replied. I don't know, after Xianle fell, there were many people who I never saw again. Just then, he felt something tightening around his ankle and froze. Who's there? He was about to stomp and break the bones of whatever it was, but he looked down first. He breathed a sigh of relief. General Pei Jr., what are you doing announcing yourself like this? That was close, I almost ruined your hand. The hand did, in fact, belong to Pei Shuo, who's crawling on the ground. His entire body was sprawled on the ground, face planted in the dirt. His arms were outstretched, one hand gripping Pei Ming and the other Xianle. The two of them crouched to hear him speak. What are you trying to say? Bonnier was still holding the cooking pot. I don't know, Pei Shuo has been crawling all over the ground, and it seems like he's discovered something important. Oh? Pei Ming was amazed. You managed to detect something, even in your current condition, as expected of little Pei. So what did you find? Pei Shuo loosened his hand's grip and pointed in a direction. Xianle looked where he pointed. These are, Xianle said. The group all gathered to examine them. Ox hoof marks. Pei Shuo finally lifted his head from the mud. These are marks left behind by Lord Rainmaster's guardian steed, he croaked out. Peisho Gaga, your sentences are broken, Banier remarked. I'm all right, Peisho replied. Lord Rainmaster, Lord. He was stuck on the word Lord and could no longer continue. Could he have been poisoned by a scorpion snake? Sholian wondered. Their poison doesn't work like this, Banier said. The Rainmaster already ran into the black-clad man in the west and fought him, Hua Chang said. Really? How can you tell? Sholian asked. Hua Chang was about to speak when Pei Shuo, whose speech was now fully broken, extended a shaky finger and started to write on the ground. Out of some odd sense of respect, the group gathered to watch him. The words battle formation were scrawled in crooked characters by his finger. Once he was done writing, it was like he had exhausted the last bit of his energy. He clenched his hand into a fist and moved no more. Hua Chang looked back up. That's it, exactly. The Rainmaster's steed is a black ox transformed from one of the golden beasts on the gate knocker of the Kingdom of Yushi's Royal Cultivation Hall. The steed is usually steady and leaves no traces when it walks, but it changes forms when it enters battle, and this hoofprint's shape is different from its normal hoof marks. It's much bigger. Lord Ghost King is shockingly well informed, Pei Ming commented. Hua Chang pointed at the mark on the ground and continued to speak to Sholian. Gaga, look here. Sholian moved his head closer. Yeah, you're right. These hoof marks show up very abruptly, so the enemy must have caught them by surprise. Yeah, Hua Chang said. And the mark is deep, so it's obvious the enemy was strong. The ox grappled the enemy with his horns and was pressed deep into the earth during the confrontation, at least 6 centimeters. They simulated a fight scene that had occurred, and Pei Ming also didn't back down. But in the end, it was a draw. That's right, Sholian agreed. There was no trace of blood nearby, nor ghost chi dispersing in the air. It appeared that when they met, their match was quick and fierce, but they both abandoned the fight once they found the other too tough to handle. Hua Chang informed them that the movement of the creature in the east had changed direction, and the group continued westward, though at a slower pace. Soon they came upon a peculiar-looking giant building on the side of the road. Looking at it from afar, it was more impressive than all the other houses around. Even though some of its enclosures and eaves had collapsed, it was still a sight to behold. Sholian unconsciously paused in his steps. What is this place? Hua Chang gave it only a glance. A holy temple of Wuyong. Pei Ming had one of Pei Shuo's arms hooked over his shoulders to drag him along. And how does Hua Changju know it's a holy temple? Because that's what's written on it, Hua Chang said. Hearing this, the group looked up. A row of giant characters was engraved on the stone beam hanging from the gates of this building. While worn from age and scratched by strange marks, they were still quite clear. However, after some silence, Sholian said, There's certainly writing, but he couldn't understand this writing at all. He was stunned that not even something like this could trip up Hua Chang. Hua Chang turned to Sholian. The gist of the meaning is, the eminent crown prince descends with shining light to eternally protect the land of Wuyong. Nothing but nonsensical praise. Gaga, look at the two characters at the end. Don't they resemble the modern characters for Wu and Yong? The mention of the eminent crown prince stirred something slightly within Sholian. Taking a closer look, the row of characters looked like a child's drawing. All circles and curves mixed with odd symbols. However, the word Wuyong was in shapes and strokes he was familiar with, as if this writing was a variant of his own language. Okay, this is getting really interesting. I'm feeling like a bit of a excited tingle here. So, the prince, the crown prince of Wuyong, after he died, he was still praised by these people. So he was not a god then, because he died. But his people have these holy temples, you know? So he was kind of like a religion to them, or like the centerpiece of their religion. The eminent crown prince descends with shining light to eternally protect the land of Wuyong. Okay. But something about this is like stirring something in Sholian. What is this about? Why did Mainian Cheng bring this up with Sholian? Hua Chongzhu can actually read and interpret the lost writing of an ancient kingdom. I am truly in awe, Pei Ming said. Hua Chong cocked an eyebrow and gave a fake smile. I stayed at Mount Tonglu for 10 years. Much can be done in a month. If I can't even interpret a few words after 10 years, then what am I doing on this earth, am I right? Not even the top 10 civil gods in the upper court would dare proclaim such things, so as a martial god, what could Pei Ming do? He could only give his own fake smile. Perhaps. Shulian puffed a light breath. Thank goodness Sanlang is here. I can only translate some rough Wuyong phrases, Hua Chang said. If we run into anything difficult, Gaga will have to help me. We'll evaluate it together. Shulian felt himself sweat nervously. I'm definitely not as good as Sanlang at this, but was the god worshipped by Wuyong also their crown prince? Hua Chang folded his arms. I think so, yes. Shulian frowned as he voiced his thoughts. If my master knew of the Crown Prince of Wuyong, then he must also have known that he ascended, so why did he tell me that the Crown Prince died? Good question. Did he ascend? Maybe he didn't ascend. Or if he did ascend, did he then disappear and die? I mean, Mei Nianqing might not know the full story, but where did Mei Nianqing even learn about this is what I'm thinking about. Like, what I'm guessing with like just the start of this is that there's maybe like a Wuyong cult or something, some sort of religious fanaticism that is kind of like dripped down through history, and maybe Mei Nianqing learned of this through, I don't know, his astrology studies. Like, he seems like he's in a bit of a cult of his own. Something like that. That's my current theory. Let's see what I think once I learn more. There are 3 possibilities, Hua Chang said. First, he didn't actually know. Second, he was lying. Third, he didn't lie, and the Crown Prince of Wuyong really did die, but it wasn't a typical death. If the Emperor were here, perhaps we could ask him if he knew of this kingdom or of such a person, Pei Ming said. Yeah, which I said earlier. Unlikely, Hua Chang replied. The kingdom of Wuyong disappeared over 2,000 years ago. Jun Wu is a youngster in comparison. They're of completely different generations. Yeah, I guess, but Jun Wu is still the oldest one we have, right? I mean, that's more than 1,000 years apart, so I guess, Hua Chang, I guess. I mean, we already know like 800 years is a long-ass time. So, Jun Wu ascended around 1,500 years ago. Okay, well, now we actually have a number. Jun Wu, 1,500 years. And that is very close to 2,000, like only 500 years apart. He really might know something, Hua Chang. Though I guess not. Still, 500 years is a lot of time. But hey, people are still talking about Xianle. Maybe when Jun Wu ascended, he spoke to gods who were like back then, and they knew about Wuyong, right? That could be a thing. He was a famed general of a warring era who later proclaimed himself king and, after ruling for some time, successfully became an immortal. As the top martial god who had ruled for over 1,000 years, his background was completely out in the open. As for the generations Hua Chang spoke of, he was referring to the dynasties of the heavens. Jun Wu was the ruler of the current heavenly dynasty, and hundreds of heavenly officials formed the current upper court. The gods and government that preceded them belonged to a different generation. Yeah, okay, so we're getting a little bit of that now. That there was like shifts in the heavenly court and in the generations. And again, I feel like this kind of connects to Jun Wu's thing. He's been ruling heaven for, I don't know, he ascended 1,500 years ago. He's been the top god for like a while, at least 800 years, more than 800 years. And maybe he is tired. Maybe he is like, it's time for changes, changing out the ruler of heaven, which is why he's been like with having Xianle around all this time. Gosh, this is so much information. This is a lot. Just as regimes changed in the mortal realm, the heavenly realm also went through dynastic changes. It took considerably longer, but it was fundamentally the same. New worshippers replaced the old, and so did new gods replace the old. Sometimes a god's decline wasn't a result of a mistake they made or a resulting banishment. Sometimes it was because another, more powerful god appeared. And sometimes it was for no other reason than gradual changes in people's lives and beliefs, and the inevitable irrelevance that resulted. For example, a heavenly official who managed horses was likely quite comfortable around in their position. People always needed reliable transportation, and they couldn't very well leave the condition of their horses and carriages to the whims of fate. Who wouldn't want their horses to be strong and healthy, and their travels safe? Thus, this sort of heavenly official would always see regular devotion. However, what if one day mortals discovered something completely novel that ran faster than a horse? Yeah, this is, so are you saying we're gonna have a god of cars in the future? That makes sense. When this new invention inevitably overtook horses, worshippers of the heavenly official who presided over horses would decrease in turn. Heavenly officials such as these made up most of the heavens, blinking to life and flashing by like shooting stars. This was the cruelest way gods declined because the process could not be reversed. A heavenly official in that situation was destined to watch their own decline until they disappeared entirely. Unless they jumped down from the heavens, returned to being mortal, recultivated a new path, and then ascended once more as a brand new god. Not everyone possessed the courage and fortune to do something like that. The gods of the previous generation had faded in such a way. Some said it was because they caused a great calamity and waged a chaotic war, which was why they all fell from grace at the same time. But nothing could be proven, and it was no longer important regardless. A few centuries later, Jun Wu was born, and he heralded a brand new heavenly era. An endless number of heavenly officials rose after his arrival, filling in the gaps for worshippers. Gradually, the stable upper court of the current day was formed. Okay, we got like big heavenly lore drop here. So, apparently in the previous generation, the gods had all faded, and some said it was because they caused a great calamity and waged a chaotic war, which was why they all fell from grace at the same time. That is so interesting. Okay, so before Jun Wu ascended, the previous generation faded. So are we saying that heaven, like if they did actually wage a war, did something that resulted in a great calamity, that ended in them somehow, losing their godhood, fading away, and then heaven was kind of desolate and empty for a period because of this big thing that happened? I wonder if this big thing has something to do with the kingdom of Wuyong. So in other words, when Jun Wu ascended, was there the heaven as it exists now did not exist? Is that what we're saying? That is so interesting. But he was a king from a war era. Perhaps the era that resulted from this calamity and from what all the older generation of gods did. So when he ascended, what did he arrive to? What was there? Because we are implying that apparently there was nothing. Oh, this is so interesting. I'm actually so excited about all this lore. Which meant that unless there was a heavenly official who was older than the 1,500-year-old Jun Wu, there was no one who could know of the god worshipped in the kingdom of Wuyong or how he had been silently wiped from history. Their group crossed through the mostly collapsed wall that once enclosed the premise and entered the darkened Great Hall. They hadn't gotten too far inside before Xianle noticed something amiss. He had initially thought the Great Hall was dark because the interior hadn't seen light for years and all its windows were shut. But the more he looked around, the more he found their surroundings peculiar. He walked to the wall and lightly brushed his fingers over it. When he brought them to his eyes to look, he blurted, "This is..." "Black," Hua Chang said. It wasn't that the light was dim, it was that the walls of this immense holy hall were completely black. Based on what I've seen, almost all the holy temples on Mount Tonglu are like this, Hua Chang said. It was a chilling sight. Why would the walls of a holy temple be painted a hellish black? The color alone would make one anxious. How could anyone worship the divine with a sincere heart when surrounded by it on all sides? All of them are like this, Pei Ming wondered. Rotted away from neglect, perhaps. The houses we passed by earlier weren't black, Sholian said. Logically, those houses are the same age. As he spoke, he continued to feel lightly around and explore the walls of the holy temple. Not only were the walls horrifyingly black, they were also rugged in texture, covered in terrifying scars like a woman's ruined face. They were also extremely solid. Something clicked in Sholian's mind. This holy temple was burned by fire. How can you tell? Pei Ming asked. Sholian turned around. The walls would have originally been covered in murals. They would have been done with a special type of paint in a very heavy layer. After fire burned them, they would turn black and parts would melt and change shape, and they would feel rugged and hard like this after cooling and solidifying again. Your Highness certainly knows a lot. I might as well be in awe of you too, Pei Ming said. Sholian rubbed his forehead and lightly cleared his throat. This isn't anything to be impressed by. I only know because many of my own Crown Prince temples ended up like this after they were burnt. Oh no. Oops. I mean, yeah, we should have suspected. At that, the group fell silent. Sholian suddenly remembered another thing. And that stone beam outside. There were scratch marks all over the praise engraved on it. It didn't look like regular wear and tear. People must have slashed at it with blades. Pei Ming frowned. Why would they do that? Oh gosh, it's because they didn't agree with the words, Hua Chang coldly replied. That's right, Sholian said. It's the same as smashing an establishment plaque. Bonnier was slightly taken aback. So this holy temple was burned down by the people of Wu Yong themselves. They fell into silence again. So this is now a parallel. The Crown Prince of Wu Yong story is a parallel to the Crown Prince of Xianle's story. Loved by his people, loved by all, only to result in his temples and everything being burned and scratched up. Sholian was about to speak when Pei Ming said, "What is the meaning of this?" Sholian turned to see. Pei Ming had his left arm raised, and the scorpion snake was biting deeply into his hand. Oh, what? Why? Its tail was also swinging vigorously, attempting to sting him. Bonnier was about to kneel again. "I'm sorry, I have snakes all over my body." Sholian didn't know whether to laugh or cry and held her upright. "Bonnier, don't get into the habit of kneeling to apologize. General Pei, how did you get yourself bitten by your snakes?" Oh gosh, good question. Why are you trying to make things even harder on us? Pei Ming's face was dark. Still holding up his arm, he replied, "How should I know? I only put my arm around her and this happened." "Then, General Pei, what were you doing putting your arm around her?" "Good question," Sholian asked patiently. Pei Ming fell silent. It was only as he started to contemplate the question that he seemed to notice the problem. A moment later, he answered, "Habit. Isn't it normal to hold women in your arms in a dark, creepy place like this to comfort them and calm their fears?" Oh my god. "I'm sorry, but I wasn't scared," Bonnier said. Literally lived in a dark, broken kingdom for like 200 years. There's nothing that can scare this girl, for sure. Sholian understood. This was nothing more than a tragedy inflicted on Pei Ming by his own itchy hands. Pei Ming finally yanked off the scorpion snake, but his left hand was already hugely swollen. "Give me the antidote, quick." "I'm sorry, I already used up the Shanyu ferns I had on me," Bonnier said. "It's all right," Sholian said. "General Pei, you're a heavenly official. The swelling will go down soon enough." Then he turned around and continued to examine the walls. As his eyes swept over a blackened area, he froze. "Everyone, come see," he called. "There's still a face on this wall." Oh my god, why? We're finally learning so much about the Mount Tonglu lore, I suppose. And this was actually really interesting because it's got like so many Xianle parallels. I'm so excited about this. Why did we stop there? Yeah, so that's what I was missing though. Like the first 2 chapters were very interesting in that we were setting up a lot of the side character stuff and like getting our little party set up. This is the party we're traveling with now, so I guess that was important. And you know, I'm happy to see Banya, I'm happy to see Peisho. I'm not as interested in this part of the story as I was in discovering more about, you know, the main quest and what Mount Tonglu actually is. Of course, I'm happy with the information we're getting. I'm excited to get all the reveals around Rainmaster and Paiming as well when we finally get to meet their character, because I know that the Rainmaster is a favorite character for a lot of people. But I am obviously more interested in whatever is happening right now, because this has something to do with Shirley as well. Hua Chang knows about the kingdom of Wuyong because he spent a decade in Mount Tonglu. 800 years ago he was here and he spent 10 years figuring things out. But even Hua Chang does not know everything, and some things seem to be new to him as well. I can't even tell if he knew that these temples had been burned the same as the temples of Shirley. And you know, deliberately I think there are parallels between the Crown Prince of Wuyong and, well, the Crown Prince of Xianle. How important these parallels are is a bit hard to say at this point, but I definitely think that whatever happened to the kingdom of Wuyong has something to do with why the previous generation of gods disappeared before the new generation started up with Jun Wu. And I wonder if that also means that there was a previous generation of ghost kings that also were somehow wiped out in this calamity or this war that happened. That is what I'm kind of guessing at right now. And then the current generation started off with Bai Wuxiang. Sort of like a cosmic reset, if that makes sense. That is kind of the impression I'm getting right now. And again, why would Main Cheng know about this? Why would the State Preceptor of Xianle know about this? Well, some of these stories must have been kind of carried on a bit through maybe some sort of sects that kind of had these stories as their creation myths or whatever, just very central to their teachings. As for why Main Cheng would tell Shirley this story about this crown prince who was beloved by all, hoping maybe, you know, as Shirley suspects that he would become someone like that. I wonder if there's a sort of like fate thing going on here as well, in the sense that maybe Shirley had the same horoscope as the other crown prince did. And therefore, maybe he is the chosen one, and that's why Main Cheng was so, you know, passionate about Shirley making the right choices, and then passionate about him not making the right choices, apparently. You know what I mean. There is a lot to unpack over here, and I think that Main Cheng's role in this is going to be kind of important, and the fact that he was mentioned again, and the fact that Paiming was like, so what happened to him? And Shirley is like, well, don't know. A lot of people I had around back then, I don't know what happened to. That is a big hint. We're gonna learn what happened to Main Cheng. Surely we're gonna learn, and it's gonna be important to us piecing these pieces together. Is Main Cheng still alive? That would be very strange, but also not the strangest thing to have happened in this series. But he's like immortal, right? He is not, unless Shirley's little stint as Fengshin GUOSHI was pretty much very, very similar to the Main Cheng GUOSHI thing. What if Main Cheng, okay, listen, hear me out here. What if Main Cheng is the Prince of Wuyong? What if Main Cheng was the Prince of Wuyong, the Crown Prince of Wuyong, and he became the State Preceptor of Xianle, the next kind of like more promising nation, and he is trying not to trying to make sure that Shirley does not make the same mistakes that he did. That would be really interesting. Like in his mind, I think that would be really interesting. And then, Sholian went and did kind of the same thing with Lang Chen-cho, where he became the state preceptor of the nation of the next promising nation and stuff. Like parallels. That is where my mind is currently headed. So we have a lot to discover, and we're finally discovering new things that are actually making my heart go. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't be reading that much more, but this next chapter is only 10 pages. Should we do it? Oh, fudge. The one after is like super long, so let's do it. Let's do one more chapter, the 10-page chapter, okay? Let's finish up this reading session with this last one. Chapter 80. 4 heavenly kings hidden on darkened walls. Yeah, I want to know whose face was on this wall. What did you see? What did you see, Sholian? The moment you say face, I keep thinking face deceased, though I don't like that. There really was a face. Perhaps the flames hadn't consumed it entirely, or maybe the melting paint had flowed down and shielded the image from ruin. Whatever the case, beneath the tip of Sholian's finger, there was a chunk of an illustration depicting a human face. He began to carefully scratch away the solidified black material. Is your highness really that fascinated by some mural? Pei-ming asked, holding his very swollen left hand. Yeah, gosh, that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? It's not fascination, Sholian replied, but rather that I have a daring idea. Let's hear it, Pei-ming said. We've gotten a rare chance to enter Mount Tonglu territory. While we work to stop the rise of a new ghost king, perhaps we can also find out more about the position itself. For example, who created the role? What kind of power is supporting all this? Perhaps we might even be able to destroy it in one sweep and rid the world of this disaster for good. We'd never have to worry about another ghost king being born. That really is a daring idea, Pei-ming said. But if Hua Tongju never discovered anything while he was here, we'd probably only be wasting our time. I don't recommend trying it in our current circumstances. Hua Chang spoke up. I didn't make any such discoveries because my talents are dull and my abilities limited. Besides, last time I was too busy killing. The results will be different if Gaga takes the lead on this investigation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was kind of like in the middle of a battle royale sort of thing. So, yeah, and also, I mean, I don't know how old Hua Chang was as a spirit even when he entered Mount Tonglu. It could have been years after the fall of Xianle. It could have been immediately after. But he was probably, a lot younger, did not have the same resources. So it's very clear to me that he wouldn't have been able to learn a lot back then, but now that it's open again and he's in here, together with Sholian, I think we're going to be able to discover quite a bit. No, I'm the one whose abilities are limited. Sandang is much more capable than me, Sholian said. A reply from Pei-ming. As if he couldn't listen anymore, Pei-ming tossed Pei Shaw over to Banyue and turned to walk outside. I think I'm going to get some fresh air. It was surprisingly easy for Sholian to chip off a few chunks of the black hardened substance. He blinked. This can actually be. The hard layer of charred material could actually be peeled off in large pieces. In the short span of those few words, he had already peeled off a significant amount to reveal a human face about the size of a baby's fist. The lines were simple, but the face's expression was lively, like it was chasing after something. The passion in the eyes was as clear as crystal. The hard black material seemed to have acted as a protective layer atop the mural proper, and the colors underneath were as vibrant as the day they'd first been painted. Sholian turned his head. Samlang, let's do this together. Hua Chang didn't move, but a field of shimmering silver light began to gleam in the darkness. Hundreds of silver butterflies silently appeared, then fluttered to rest on the blackened walls. Sholian heard small chipping sounds as they flitted their wings in unison. Innumerable small cracks crawled across the black walls like a fracturing mask. Oh my gosh, I would love an animation of this. This would be so cool. Donghua Season 5, anyone? Yes, we are a little delusional here. With a crumble, the black material covering the walls completely shattered, revealing the true image behind. It was a giant, colorful mural. Raising his head to look at the wall, Xianle felt chills. The mural was divided into 4 levels. The highest level was shimmered with golden light and was crowded with clouds, but no people were present. On the second level, there was only one individual depicted, a handsome young man dressed in white. Golden light surrounded him. The artist had used the same gold paint as on the top level. On the third level, 4 characters were depicted. Each of their faces, apparel, expressions, and gestures were different, and they were half the size of the white-clad young man on the second level. The fourth level, which was the lowest, was covered with countless figures, and they were half the size of those on the third level. Each of their faces were exactly the same. Their expressions were open and full of passion, worship and rapture. The first face Xianle had discovered was one of these on the very bottom. The lines of the mural were elegant and mature, and Xianle was stunned for a long time before he found his voice. Sanlang, have you ever seen this before? Huatong's response was hesitant. I traveled half of Mount Tonglu's domain and walked through almost every one of Wu Yong's holy temples, but I swear I've never seen anything like this before. Xianle came back to himself. I don't think this mural is from 2,000 years ago. There's no way it can be, Huatong said. Look at how well the colors have kept, as well as its overall condition. I'd say it's at most 100 years old, or maybe even newer than that. Wait, what? What the heck? So we found a holy temple mural newer than 100 years? And then burnt? The fuck? Which meant that this mural had been painted after the kingdom's destruction. Xianle pointed at the highest level. That level must be depicting the heavens, since the law of heaven presides above all sentient beings. Okay. So we have some art. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but we do have kind of like the person that I'm supposing is the crown prince. And then we have these 4 other people, the 4 heavenly kings, I'm guessing, the ones in the title of the chapter. And then you have the people down here. And we have Xianle and Huatong down here in the corner. And is that Pei Ming? Didn't he go outside? Watching the actual mural. Then he pointed at the second level. This level must show the crown prince of Wu Yong. Since this holy temple was made to worship him, he is naturally the main subject of the mural, which is also why he's the biggest figure in this painting and surrounded by the same color light as the heavens. He's only slightly below the law of heaven. Then he pointed to the 4th level. The figures at the lowest level are the smallest, and all their faces are the same. They must be the people of Wu Yong. Finally, he pointed at the 3rd level. But who are these 4? Regardless of their poses and expressions, they're situated above the people of Wu Yong and below the crown prince. That means they likely all have the same status. Ministers? Vassals? Or... Huatong took a few steps closer. Gaga, look, they also have a sheen of spiritual light on their bodies. Sure enough, they did. The light radiating from the crown prince of Wu Yong was so strong that it far outshone their spiritual light in comparison. Are they his deputies, then? The answer dawned on Xianle. They're heavenly officials the crown prince appointed after he ascended. I gotta stop doing this. Which meant they were the same as Fengxian and Muqing once upon a time. Xianle made a round of the great hall and confirmed it was only this wall facing the gates that hid secrets. The other 3 walls were roughly burnt from crust to core. Who left this mural behind? And for whom was it left? What kind of message were they trying to communicate? Xianle couldn't deduce much from just one painting. He hummed for a moment, then turned to Huatong. Yeah, it's really hard to tell what exactly this is. The art is very different from what I imagined reading this. I can see them kind of separated from like the crown prince and all the people down here, but you're not seeing their faces, they're just worshipping upwards. And there seems to be like a road going all the way up to the sun here, up to the heavens. So is it like the crown prince showing the way to ascension? Is that it? Interesting. Anyway, Shilian turned to Huachang. As we continue on the road, let's pay more attention to the other holy Wuyong temples. I have a feeling that there can't be only one mural like this. Huachang inclined his head. I intend to. The two of them and Banyue, who was supporting Pei Shuo, left the holy temple. It was only then that Shilian remembered their other team member. Where's General Pei? Pei Ming had said that he needed some fresh air and went outside. Even though they dallied in the Great Hall for a good while, he still hadn't come back. Shilian called out a few times, but received no response. I hope he hasn't gotten lost at a time like this. Yeah, this is ominous. He was hurt as well. The four looked around the small desolate town, but their search was fruitless. Furthermore, they couldn't use the spiritual communication array in Mount Tonglu. Just as Shilian was beginning to feel desperate, Huachang spoke up. Gaga, don't worry. I have a way. He extended a hand, and in his palm there was a tiny silver butterfly, which started lightly flapping its wings. Little sentials, we like that. It flew around Shilian, circling him a few times. Yeah, this is George behavior. This must be George. While Shilian thought it was charming, he didn't know how it could help. What? Just then, he heard labored breathing. A few moments later, a man's voice came from the silver butterfly. I never thought I'd see you here, the man said. Pei Ming. Shilian looked at Huachang, who snickered. Yesterday, I planted a silver butterfly on everyone. Pei Shuo arduously raised his head. So, you can use silver butterflies to monitor everyone's movement without them noticing you. As expected of Crimson Rain Salt Flower. Don't speak if you don't know how to form sentences, Huachang sniped. Ellipsa replied. Poor Pei Shuo. He's actually giving us valuable information here, but he's so out of it. Poor guy. Shilian cupped the little silver butterfly in his palm and called out to it. General Pei, where are you? Who's in front of you? I'm sorry, Gaga, Huachang said. You can only listen, not speak through it. Shilian gave it a thought and acquiesced. Fair enough. If the listener's voice could pass through, then it could easily give its presence away to the other party, couldn't it? Soon after, the frigid, exhausted voice of another young man spoke. Oh, Pei, a word of warning. You'd better not spew any ridiculous nonsense right now. Be careful or I might start smacking you around. Shilian's eyes widened at that voice. It was the voice of Ling Wen's male form. Yeah, we expected that, didn't we? Hello, Ling Wen. I see, Shilian exclaimed. So the man in black who killed so many along the way was Ling Wen in his male form. Is it Ling Wen Qianbei who took General Pei away? Pei Shuo asked. I don't know, I'm still listening, Shilian replied. On the other end, Pei Ming said, Noble Joe, why do temper? Shut up, Ling Wen said. I told you not to speak. I'm not the one with the temper. It's someone else, I'm warning you. I can't control my body right now, so I won't be responsible for any injuries you sustain by my hand. Who are you trying to scare? We're both in the same predicament. We can't move a muscle, Pei Ming said. Shilian looked up. It's not Ling Wen who caught General Pei. Someone else has trapped him somewhere. Then he pondered somberly. They even suppressed the brocade immortal. Who could it be? Are you still wearing? Pei Ming asked. He didn't say it out loud, but everyone knew what he was referring to. The brocade immortal. Yeah, he really doesn't like you, so watch what you say, Ling Wen replied. How would you know what he's thinking? Pei Ming wondered. Honestly, I can't believe you. What's gotten into you, starting trouble like this? So audacious, going so far as to steal from the Temple of Divine Might. You broke your own golden bowl, which is, has a footnote of golden steel bowl is an expression meaning steady job. And now you've come running to Mount Tonglu. What, did he tell you to do all this? He didn't make me, I'm the one who wanted to come, Ling Wen said. Old Pei, stop asking questions, he's getting mad, I can feel it. Pei Ming, shut up. After a while, Ling Wen puffed a light breath. It seemed that the brocade immortal had finally calmed down, so he picked up the conversation again. What's with you, old Pei? What are you doing coming to Mount Tonglu? And were you stung by 1,000,000 hornets on your left hand or what? That wound looks horrid. Pei Ming's voice was extremely sullen and woeful. Got off to a bad start. It's a long story. Little pay isn't making my life easy either. I shouldn't have wound up in such pathetic circumstances, but who could have known I'd be jinxed the moment I arrived? If I weren't injured, do you think I'd let someone drag me to this hellish place? I didn't even see who it was. Can't you specify which hellish place already? Xianle thought. Say whether you're in a cave or a house or what, so at least I'll know where to look. It wasn't like there was no clues whatsoever, though. The teleportation array couldn't be used in Mount Tonglu, so Pei Ming mustn't have gone far. Their voices sounded somewhat hollow and echoed faintly, so they had to be somewhere spacious. And Xianle could vaguely hear the sound of water. They hadn't run across any rivers or lakes along the way, and there weren't any buildings that were more spacious than the nearby holy Wuyong temple. Therefore, there was only one place they could be: underground. But that didn't tell them much. This town wasn't all that small. They were underground, but where exactly? And what about you? Pei Ming asked. I heard you killed over 1,000 nefarious creatures. Everyone's terrified. Congratulations. Well, you can't be the #1 civil god anymore, so why not change careers and join us martial gods? What manner of creature managed to bind you here? Ling Wen laughed bitterly. I don't know what it was either. I accidentally clashed with Lord Rainmaster and was dizzy afterward, so something took the chance to ambush me from behind. No need to ask me, it'll show itself sooner or later. Just remember not to expose your identity. Just then, a third voice interrupted their conversation. Pei Ming, Nangongjit, so people who already know them then. My god. Pei Ming, Nangongjit, you nasty couple. You can stop your smug calculations. You think I don't know what's under your fake skins? And yeah, that was the end of the short chapter, because I'm not going to read the next one, but I'm very, very happy with the progress. Yeah, in fact, over the last couple of days, we just did 100 pages, so that's a good dent. That's a good dent in it. I blame the first 2 chapters of this read-along for being very, not main story focused. And I mean, like, the Blackwater arc wasn't either, but at least I was really interested in that. Again, not to say that none of this side story stuff is not interesting at all, but I was, you know, after having been on this side quest for so long, I was really excited to just keep going in the direction of the main plot, and I'm really feeling us digging into it right now. It's exciting. It's so fun. I want to uncover the mystery of the Kingdom of Wuyong, and, you know, figure out just how much this has to do with Xianle specifically. It's like we're doing our own little Atlantis sort of thing. I love these archaeology fantasies, so getting to do something like this is super exciting. It's right up my alley. Trying to piece together the clues of like old murals and just pieces of history and stories. It's I love this. I love this so much. I am so excited to see where we're going with this. Yeah, so the Mount Tonglu plot is plotting. Hua Cheng is apparently slowly turning back into his real form now that he had his little nap. Honestly, I have no idea what exactly this was supposed to do. I guess we just needed to put Hua Cheng in timeout for a bit so that the other characters could get to do their thing. I think that is actually the only reason why he was meditating for so long. And now he has the form of a 14-15-year-old again, and slowly growing stronger, I guess. Which is a good thing, because his little butterflies came to help with the mural thing. And I like learning the new mechanics, so they can be little one-way walkie-talkies. And that also makes them amazing for spying and looking around. Meaning also that Hua Cheng would be able to, I don't know about see, but he would be able to listen in on conversations. And we know, we saw the butterfly in the tea house before he and Xianle reunited. And if the butterfly stuck around, it might have listened in on the conversations that Xianle had with the 2 junior officials at that time. And we've seen these butterflies around in other places, so they've definitely been listening. They've definitely been spying. Apparently, the heavenly officials are very right to be afraid of them, because not only are they deadly, they also do gather information. Good thing they're on our side, I guess. And now we have Pei Ming poisoned and weakened, and he has ended up in the same place as Ling Wen, who was the one who fought Rainmaster accidentally apparently, and that's when they went like, oh yeah, we're not fighting, and they separated. But while she was a little dazed, she got caught by this creature, this person, who knows the two of them by name. Who would know the two of them by name? And that is for us to figure out next time, I suppose. My head just really can't stop thinking about this mural and all the information we're learning about the heavenly lore and also this kingdom of Wu Yong and just the creation of like the next generation of heavenly officials and all of that. It's so exciting. This promise of like a whole backstory that like destroyed what was of heaven previously, a calamity or a war or something. Like I like this world building a lot, and it's giving a whole more way to kind of like it's just like expanded everything I knew about this universe so far. It's expanded on it a lot, and it's created like this mysterious event in the past that we have to figure out, and figuring out what happened in Wu Yong is going to help us with that. This mural though, apparently only 100 years old, maybe even younger. What the heck? Which means that whenever Mount Tonglu has opened, someone has been able to go in there, someone with this knowledge and this information, and that makes me again think about Bai Wuxiang. Bai Wuxiang was, you know, the first calamity of this generation, but maybe he somehow learned a lot about the kingdom of Wu Yong during his creation, before his creation. I really wonder if he has some sort of connection with Mei and Cheng knowing about the kingdom of Wu Yong, and if they have a, I don't know, like maybe they have like a shared past or something that makes them both connected to all of this. And you know, if Bai Wuxiang was not destroyed by Jun Wu and he's been around, you know, maybe every time Mount Tonglu has opened, like before it was shut, because the gods have been able to kind of like, you know, stop people from going in, except for the time Hirschwen became a calamity, a supreme. Maybe Bai Wuxiang has just been around doing things because he is, I mean, and it could have been in the form of Lang Ying, the bandaged kid, right? Maybe this is like a more weakened form because of something that happened recently, but maybe he has been in and out of Mount Tonglu doing things, or trying to discover things, or trying to, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of ideas, but a lot of them are going to be very like unattached to things unless we start finding hooks to kind of latch onto here. But this, Mei and Cheng, this whole thing, the connection to the kingdom of Wu Yong, like you're suddenly like Bai Wuxiang suspect number 3, that note is still here and you're gonna keep it because I am so suspicious. I am so suspicious about your role in all of this. Why would you tell Shirley on this story? What are you trying to do here? I am so confused. Or maybe even, hey, the crown prince of Wu Yong died. The crown prince of Wu Yong died after, you know, falling from grace apparently as well. Maybe, hear me out, maybe the crown prince of Wu Yong, once a god, fell and became a ghost and eventually became a calamity. Maybe eventually, after hundreds of years, like after dying, he became White No Face, he became Bai Wuxiang. That's an idea. That's a fun one. Gosh, again, there are so many different like scenarios that could be connected to this. I really wonder though, because Bai Wuxiang is like the biggest other mystery that we have, and now we're suddenly introduced to a new character who is a big mystery. It wouldn't surprise me if, like, judging by all the things that we've been doing with this novel, it wouldn't surprise me if they were connected, if they are indeed the same person. And thinking about this makes me even more excited to continue, which means I need to stop filming and start editing so that I can get this video out and so that I can keep going. And also, I've been feeling, like I said, my throat is a bit. So hopefully that was nothing. But if I do get sick, I'm going to have to wait for the next read anyway. I'll try my best. Maybe not another 100 pages, but that's a good chunk. I'm very happy with our progress. Well done, a round of applause to everyone. And yeah, we had a lot of additions to our tallies as well, which is super exciting. In fact, volume 5 is currently in 3rd place, but only a couple of Guggas short of volume 2's 37 Guggas. So volume 5 really might turn out to be the 2nd most Gugged volume, if not the 1st place, because we still have about half the book to go, and volume 4 still sits at its glorious 68 Guggas. So we're getting there, volume 5, we're getting there. We had a couple of more laugh or cries, which is also exciting, because that puts it at an equal to volume 3 with 3 laugh or cries. This is a shared last place. But who knows, there are a couple of 100 pages left, and judging by how volume 4 went, we might still be climbing that list. A lot of ellipsis replies added to both Shirley and others. We keep doing that in the writing, and honestly, I think it's executed so well at this point that I don't care. It's a lot of fun. I can't wait for our final count. We're well over 100 already. Okay, goodness me, I am not interested in dragging this out any longer because I've been recording for 4.5 hours today and then another 3 hours yesterday. It's been a long recording, but I'm very happy with our progress, and I hope you enjoyed this read along and also the discussions and also all the thoughts I'm having, even if they are mostly ramblings at this point. Let's see if I piece them together a little bit more by the next time you see me. Thank you guys so much again for watching and for your patience with me. This has been Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and I hope to see you very soon for the next one.